Today, we wrap up one of the largest projects we did in 2022 with this mega supercut of all the live streams of the Battlestar Pegasus. See you guys inside. Welcome to today's video, guys. As I said, today is a recap of the Battlestar Pegasus build that we did through multiple live streams last year. Mega Cut Part 1 is out there. Came out back in November. If you missed that or just wanted to see a good long live stream of me building the first part of this Battlestar, go check that out. But today, this is the second half of where we finished it all the way up through Christmas and into getting it to where I called it complete. So the model is pretty much done. There are a few things I still have to do afterward. You guys will get to see kind of an upgrade to a stand and stuff towards the end of this, but this is the recap of all those streams and all that build time that we spent making that big Battlestar Pegasus. And you'll get a real good shot of her at the end of it, so definitely stick on through so you can get a good clean look at the final product. I hope you guys enjoyed the recap, and we'll see you guys in the next video. If you're new to the channel and just catching this, make sure you hit that subscribe button as we start on some new builds for 2023. And just anything with 3D printing, please feel free to join us and check us out. Also, if you're here and you want to consider helping out the channel greatly, that join button down below, become a member, help us out, help us grow. Those funds are used to put right back into this channel and do cool printing projects and different things like that. So definitely consider that, and also give us a thumbs up. Hit that like button for it, smash it for us. That way more people, that YouTube sees this as a great thing and moves it around even more. So definitely help us out with that as well. And as I said, guys, I hope you enjoy, and hope you enjoy some good music and some good builds. Obviously, there's a problem with that camera. Great. We'll switch over there. I'll reset this camera real quick. That'll fix that. So basically right here is indented a little bit. Now, I could take a heat gun and pop it back out and straighten it, but what's the fun of that, right? Wouldn't it be more fun to actually make it look damaged? So I'm going to see if side view will work. There we go. All right. So you can see there's just a curve right here where this should be straight. There's an indentation. Now, why is there an indentation there? The indentation occurred because of moving, and it was in the moving truck. It got hot. Something was pressing right there, and it dented the model in. But you know what? That's kind of something we're going to play with and kind of use to our advantage. But the first thing I want to do, we started doing some work to the guns with the blue. Now I kind of want to put some purple and some patina in there to make them look like they've been firing, heat damage, stuff like that. Then basically I need to do some work on back here on the engines. You can see I started doing some with some mechanical gray, kind of offsetting these parts. I want to come in with some other colors to offset those mechanical pieces, and kind of do some more work back here in the engines as well. I'm thinking about taking the same red and bringing it back here as well into the engines, and kind of giving her a little bit more color before we come in and really kind of start working out the black into it. So that's kind of the goal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set her off to the side down here. I'm going to start with one gun. We're going to move to one of the turrets. And what we're going to do is I'm going to cheat. So I did the blue. I brought it in. Now I kind of want to give it the burnt color. Now, a lot of times what I would do is I would come in with some light purples, dark, and just darken it out as I go. But I kind of want it to have a shine this time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Turbo Dork, 4D glasses, and Cloud 9 to give that metallic look. I'm basically going to do it's not really a shortcut, but it's going to give that metallic look that I'm looking for. And what I like about Turbo Dork, you can hear it in there. They put in the ball bearings. This one, it's stuck enough, it's not moving. We get our friend over here to shake it up a little bit. Hopefully get it moving a little bit so we get some color out of it. So I haven't used these since before the move. Sorry for the sound, guys. All right. And we've got our wet palette here. And we're going to, and you can see I've cleaned it up. We've got a fresh new paper in there to work with. And I'm just going to try to, well, not going to be very successful with that one. It's not wanting to come out. If you guys are watching, hop in that chat and let me know where you're watching from tonight. Oh, oh, that's fun. That is a lot of fun right there when that happens. All right. Paper towel, clean myself up. And paint poplosion. Always fun when that happens. Oh, we'll kind of dab a little bit of that up out of there. No use in wasting it. Set that to the side. And what am I looking for? I'm looking for one of my poking tools. And I'm not seeing the tool I'm looking for. So I usually keep a paper clip around for when this happens. But I don't have one around me right now. So that did not mix up well at all. That's kind of the crux with this paint sometimes. It doesn't stir very well. So we'll have to shake it up a little bit more. I probably should have thrown another ball bearing in there while I had it open. Because that one, the ball bearing is not moving at all. Where this one is. But it's also doing the not coming out of the tip. So we'll take a knife, kind of clean it up, see if we can get anything to pop out. I don't want another explosion. Oh boy. Where is my toothpicks? Oh, there's my paper clips. We'll grab those real quick. And just so you guys know, I have been kind of coming back from illness. Well, trying to come back anyway. Kind of keeps pulling me down, so tonight might be kind of short. I don't know. We'll kind of see. The paints are telling me to keep it a short night, but I don't want to. There we go. There's that color we're looking for. Now, Turbo Dork paints. I'm not going to get the sheen the first time I apply it. It's going to take a couple applications for that sheen to appear. And by a couple, I mean probably like 4 or 5. But you can see that gradient is going to look pretty cool on the end of these guns. And that's where what we're aiming for, is that gradient mixed on top of the blue to create that vortex. I've been fired heat, even though it's out in the cold of space, because if they fire a round in space with a chemical propellant, you can almost bet this metal is suffering from some kind of fatigue because it's rapidly getting heated then cooled. You guys can already kind of see the purple kind of starting to get in there. I know it's kind of hard to see. But coupled with the blue, it's creating a really nice gradient. But you try to go thin, because you're going to have to come back and do this 4 or 5 times to create the gradient that I'm looking for. But it will give an awesome patina to the guns. Before we start working on kind of around the engines as well. But basically that's what I'm trying to achieve, is that fired effect, and as I go further out it'll turn more into that purple. And I can even pull in this other Turbo Dork, the 40 glasses, to really kind of help pull that purple effect in.
Hey, Drip Drops. Thanks. We're getting there. We are getting there. It's definitely being a beast of a project. These poor Turbo Dork paints. They have sat for some time. That's my fault. Yeah, see, I'm just getting the fluid. I'm not getting the mixture out of this one. So that one's going to take some downright stirring. Is what it's going to take. And we just happen to have a tool here to do that. So, yep, that's definitely what I'm doing, Drips. I'm trying to go slow, but I'm starting to get that. I want to get it done and move on to something else. Vibe 2. Oh, wow, this bottle may be toast, actually. Well, this bottle may have just gone bad, that's all. Because your paint should not look like that. That's a little disappointing. Yeah. Well, that one might be just hitting the trash can. Disappointing, but it happens from time to time. That's why we shouldn't let paint sit around too long. I may try to rehydrate it, so put some water-based reducer in there and see if it'll come back to life. Sometimes it will. Sometimes it will, but you can start to see and next week after I've done a few layers on these, you guys will definitely probably be able to see more of the patina on the guns. But as you go through layer by layer, the purple becomes more and more visible. And I kind of feel bad. I know I'm working on such a small part to kind of give that effect. It's going pretty good. Just kind of trying to give some patina on the guns. And probably what I'll probably do is here, I want to work on one of the guns on here. And then I'm going to move to the Warhammer gun. Kind of give that one some life too, because I want to actually put that one up for sale probably. I kind of need to do the same probably to this, but I'm not ready to do that. And you can start to see the color change now. The gradient's starting to kind of appear. You can see where it's going from the blue and it's going up to that tempered purple. I know it looks quite whitish right now. When it dries, that sheen is really going to start plustering through. That's why I love these Turbo Dork paints for this. We're using the Cloud 9 one right now. It kind of gives a little bit of a cheaty way to get through this. So just kind of a comparison to when we started to where we are now. You can kind of see that shine starting to get in there of the metal fatigue and heat from the guns. So switch to the next one. I'm only going to I'll probably do like 3 of these on camera real quick, and then I'll switch over. So we got to make room on the engines and everything else, and maybe even talk about new projects, because as I've been kind of recovering the last 2 weeks, holiday, all that kind of stuff, this cold that I had to go through, I've been kind of thinking about the next printing projects. And I'm going to be bringing some Star Trek ships to the table. They're actually supposed to start, I'm hoping to start printing them in the Mega 8K. Actually tonight is my hope. Hey JJ, how's it going? I'm kind of hoping the models will come out, but I'm going to be doing a resin print of a Sovereign class, similar to the Enterprise E, and an Odyssey class. of the new Enterprise F variant here. I'll either be starting it tonight or tomorrow. That way we kind of have some something a little different. Get away from Battlestar, get back over to Star Trek. Get into something kind of fun. I'm only going to do this third. I'm going to do this third one here. Then we'll start looking at the engine section of the Pegasus itself. This turbo dork, I mean, it just works so well on giving you a colorful gradient. And kind of helping with the patina of like weapons fire and stuff like that. So that's kind of the goal with this turbo dork, is to really kind of give that muzzle look as it's been fired. Give that metal work. Like I said, I'm just kind of, turbo dork paint is one of those, you gotta go layer over layer over layer. It's not a one and done. Some people love the paint because it gives this really cool coloring. It gives that effect. But it also is one of those, it can drive people insane because you got to come across it 4 or 5 times to really kind of drive this effect in to your model. So those are those 3 guns. Kind of let those dry. We'll come back to them, and we'll do, maybe within this hour, we'll get 2 or 3 layers on, and it'll become even more transparent. Kind of the gradient that this will create. All right. Get all the pokey stuff away from me. So appreciate it, JJ. I'm telling everybody to hit the like button. It does help us out. Every hit helps. Oh, come on, big girl. Up we go. All right. I don't know why I pushed that over there when I need it over here. All right. So you can see she is coming along very, very well. Tonight where I want to focus is this section. So, yep, exactly, JJ. Exactly. Since those guns basically fire a propellant round, I'm going for that burnt titanium muzzle flash in frozen cold, rapid cooled effect. So that is exactly what we're going for, but we got to do some work here. Lead Belcher, Abaddon, Natural Steel, Russian Blue. Here's the wine red. So sorry guys, I'm trying to muscle through. I am still feeling whatever this respiratory thing that went around. It definitely was a kicker. And that's just my shaker, so just so you guys know, it's just shaking up the paint for me. We'll come back in, get some wine red in here. I want to basically make these strips red. Kind of get started on getting a little bit more color back here. Then I want to do some work on here to pull out these mechanical parts a little bit. Maybe even something kind of off, like a little bit of copper to create some contrast. Copper or bronzing. And to do that, I probably will use, I really like AK's metallic copper. It's a really good one. It stands out really well. Actually, here, I'll show you. Oh, come here, my little side project. So this is one of my side projects I've been working on. And you can see in the middle here, I brought in a lot of the AK copper to create contrast within the pipes. Then this is Army Painter's Greedy Gold, and it works really well. It definitely creates pop. You guys can definitely tell this is a work in progress because only half the embellishments are done of the armor work and stuff. But I just like the way, especially against the silvers, the way this copper pops. It looks really well. So I'll go put that Devastator Knight back away, and we'll start really pulling in that red real quick. Like I said, on stream, I only do portions of it. Then off stream, I'll go usually kind of finish it and not bore you guys to death with repetitive paint tasks. Because what'll happen is this red will take a while. Because there's just a lot of ground to cover with it. But basically, I'm a little mad at myself that I'm still basing. I'm not in the layering colors yet, so it's kind of wearing on me a little bit. I want to get this to where we're layering and weathering, but she's definitely a bigger project than I thought she would be. And I think it was you, JJ, that brought up the idea of putting this as a coffee table, like she was in dry dock. I love the idea. I kind of explored it a little bit, to be honest. And just the glass, the cost of the glass was a little offsetting, I'll be honest. Just to make her visible as a coffee table was a little daunting when I saw that price tag, but it would be an awesome thing to see. Done. Because yeah, I'll be honest, after some more painting and some layering and weathering, this is going to go up in my shop for sale. Rise 3D Printing Shop has launched on Shopify with some models and stuff, so guys, definitely go check it out. I'll put a link in the description down below. And this model will be on there. I've decided not to keep it. I'm going to let it go and share it with whomever wants to purchase her. I'd love to see what they do with it, what it becomes after it's left here, but it's got to make way for other models and fund them. Thank you, Uncle Buck. She's definitely coming a long way. But what are you guys' feelings about the resin Federation ships for next year? Like I said, I'm planning on trying to get the Odyssey class and a Sovereign class in about a foot long, probably. I'm going to use my Mega 8K and see what I can do. I've actually already got it sliced. I don't know how well it's going to come out. It's supposed to go in the printer this evening if I get up there and get it done. But yeah, we launched our shop, so models that you guys see me building on here, after they're printed or after they're done, they're going up there for sale. Stuff you guys haven't seen on here, some of it sitting out there. Kind of just doing a little bit of everything. I want to kind of just get across this top section. Then we'll move on. Everything on the underside I'll paint off stream. But you can tell just the layer lines and stuff, the way that I'm being able, how easy I'm being able to paint. You know, I did not do much post-op on this model after it was printed. Most of the post-op you guys have seen here on stream. her full assembly was done here on stream. So, I mean, there was not hardly any sanding done to this model. I'm just going to get this last section, and then we're going to move on to doing some highlighting and stuff. All right. Awesome. Awesome. I really haven't looked into any cubic. I'll be honest. I have. Check out Friday's video as I talk about the Frozen Sonic Mighty 8K this week. That is where I've been mainly going. Is the Frozen printers. I just love the Frozen printers. They, like the Mega 8K, I don't even have to level it. I just have to make sure there's resin in it, that the FEP is fine, and my settings for slicing the files are so tuned in right now that I hardly ever have a problem. If I have a problem, it's because some particulate got in the printer or I didn't clean the resin bay well enough. Simple little rookie stuff like that that can cause a failure. So now I've got two Mighty 8Ks in the shop. I'm doing the unboxing video for this Friday for those. 10-inch printers, 10-inch build plates, and basically they've got built-in cameras, touchscreen, Wi-Fi, built-on file shares, and for $550, they were on sale for $550, and for what they are, they're the 8K, same resolution that I'm getting out of my Mega. I'm trying to look around and see if I've got any of the Mega 8K prints in here, and I don't. They're all out in my garage. I'm waiting for post-op. So that's the thing about getting sick. You get so far behind. You get so far behind that it just kills you. Oh, let's get some copper going. Let's kind of start pulling some detail out of these. I'll have to take a look at Modbot. But just kind of after letting these sit for a little bit, I don't think the light's really going to kind of show it, but you can see where we started. It's starting to pull in the purple into the guns a little bit versus one that I have not touched. So go back to your home. There you go. Go back to your home. So JJ, what kind of project are you working on? And I do apologize, guys, if the sound's off. I'm trying something new tonight, a new kind of sound system. Hopefully it's better. In the testing, it was sounding better, but just trying something new tonight because bad sound equals no one watching. So other than now, you can probably hear everything my throat and nose and everything is doing. So bad trade-off, probably. All right. And probably what I'll do is when I'm going through the rust phase, I'll come in with some teal to make it look like the copper is kind of iodized. Or is it ionized? Oxidized? Oxidized. That's the word I'm looking for. Kind of give some of that green around this copper. But basically I'm just wanting to kind of make the parts pop a little bit. Okay. But other than that, what other projects do I have going on? I've almost got all the filament printers back online, and this Warhammer pistol kind of gave me an itch for a new cosplay. And I'm really tempted to try to do the Guardsman's armor, or at least a basic edition of Imperial Guardsman armor. One, maybe for Halloween this coming year, maybe even put it up on the store. I don't know, but it's kind of given me a little bit of an itch to try to print something new. I haven't done an armor set in now almost 2 years, so I'm kind of feeling the desire to go big, go home, even if it is for Halloween this year. You know, start out with something. Start out now, so I have it ready by the time Halloween arrives. Oh, nice. Oh, that's a really good idea. That's really neat, man. That's a really neat idea. But you guys can kind of see just that copper gives a little bit of pop. Well, JJ, feel free to ask for help. I mean, that's what this channel is for. You get stuck on part of a project and need some help, you just ask. Especially if it's in the 3D printing realm. I probably have some knowledge in that realm. So, definitely, because that's the one thing I love about like the chat here, stuff like that. You guys give me so many ideas on possible videos, just different things like that. Because if you guys are having the problem, other people are having the problem too. And I love that. Or just even model ideas that, you know, I get into a rut myself sometimes. So, no, definitely love the ideas. Um, but yeah, just coming in with these simple colors. I'm probably going to pull some natural steel into these drive shafts or some dark silver. Um, you know, kind of stuff like that to really kind of make this pop. I thought about doing a yellow and a red dot in the middle of each of these, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure I want to delve into something like that right now. Kind of give some copperish look up here towards the front. Just a few pieces in front of the engine here. But yeah, this big old girl, she is going to hopefully find a new home fairly quickly, whether I finish it or not. I don't know about that. I may have to paint that back over. Not totally sold on that one. I don't want to get too much color because she is a ship of war, and shouldn't have too much outlandish colorings. Other than a few spaces where, you know, certain things might just have to be exposed to space. You know, copper, very common material used in a heat sink and coils like that. So, you know, these could be just radiating off heat from internal ship functions for all we know. Kind of trying to make a story behind the colors a little bit. Trying to decide where I want the colors too. Now, I did have a comment out on the channel too about, am I planning to make some Vipers and stuff for it? And I'm kind of thinking about it. They'd be extremely small though to accommodate something of this size. So that's kind of a detractor of me making them. Yeah, I've worked with some of the foils and stuff. Done a little bit of leafing. Not a huge fan. I kind of go for the painting aspects more. Like I said, right now it's just base coating to kind of pull the colors in. Hey Douglas, welcome to the stream, man. We're just here working on the Peggy. Oh, I'm gonna turn around so I can kind of get some of this other side before I work on that set of 3 guns again. That Turbo Dork paint is just rolling everywhere, ain't it? So I'm gonna switch up the view here too. Kind of give more of a top side view of what I'm working on. So I'm gonna keep bringing this copper over a little bit more. Kind of do the same effect over there I did over on this side. Again, I'll only do the top side on stream. Unless it's kind of like a big deal or something. The bottom, especially back here in the engine section, it's all repetition. So, but I'm kind of just doing some copper working. And this is just kind of this, like I said, we're base coating. We're doing the base coat. Right now, I'm just trying to pull some color into her. And that's what I'm doing with this copper from AK. It's just trying to make these mechanical parts back here kind of just pop. And like I said, a lot of times copper is used for heat sink, stuff like that. This could be, you know, the upper part of a reactor heat sink or something along that lines. But I'm just kind of trying to give the ship a little bit of color, a little bit of metallic. I'm going to come back with the natural steel and kind of do some work in there here in a second. I'm just duplicating what I've done on that side over here real fast. Because I don't want I did it to one side and completely forgot to do it to another side issue. Because I do that way too much. So I'm trying to just be good about it. But the goal is to have this thing up on my shop by end of year. It was a good Thanksgiving, Douglas. The cold, on the other hand, well, that wasn't so much fun. But it happens. It happens. That's why there was no stream last week, because I was fighting this off. So, but just trying to give her a little bit of life, color-wise, and that's all I'm going to do with the copper for now. How was yours, Douglas? Hopefully it was a good one. And I'm just using this is asterisk spot for 4/0 brush. That's what I'm using. Where is that natural steel? Right here. Been really liking the AK metallics a lot more. I used to be very hardcore Citadel metallics, but these AK metallics have just been, they just go on so clean that I just enjoy working with them. And a little goes a long way, which is really kind of nice. I'm going to continue with the same brush. I'm going to try to pull these driver rods, make them pop against the probably at least a 3-digit price tag. It'll probably be a couple hundred I sell it for. Depending on how far I actually go with it. I doubt I could get a couple thousand out of it. I'm good, but I'm not that good. What I do a lot of times with these is just trying to recover what I put into it. The original commission for this model was $150 just for the print. So so we'll see. I mean, I'm no master painter or anything like that either. This is just a hobby. But, you know, I figure I'll sell it to fund the next project, fund the next video. So that's kind of the fun of it. What's going to be the hard part with this is shipping. That's going to be the hard part. Is getting her wherever she needs to go. But that's why the guns are can be separated, and put off in their own packaging. The ship itself shouldn't be that bad to get out to its new home. Just trying, like I said, just trying to pull some of the mechanical parts out a little bit. Make them pop against the base color of the ship. That's all that copper is really kind of doing. And kind of that natural steel in with it too. But now it's time to circle back. Let's get another coat on these guns. Pick up my little bit bigger brush, grab the guns that we started on. Again, I'm going to move further down from where I'm not going to go as far back. I'm going to pull this layer in and just kind of get that titanium look going a little bit stronger. And I just layer after layer, layer after layer. And as I move outward to get the effect, I go in shorter and shorter each time. And that's how you got to really kind of work up with Turbo Dork paints. It is definitely a layer upon layer for gradient, but you can have so much beautiful work. But yeah, my ultimate goal is to probably put this up on the shop by New Year's. That way, when we start the next year, we can either start with the Star Trek ships or continue with the Warhammer pistol if need be, and kind of just keep going. Start the new year with some new projects, basically, is the goal. I know this is so small that the camera probably doesn't really show the effect all that well. But, I mean, compared, the purple is starting to show more. I just love the color of the Turbo Dork paints. Like when I'm painting Warhammer, a lot of times I'll come in with Turbo Dorks, especially like the Necrons and stuff like that, or the big tanks that have been, they've been in combat for a while. They're seeing fatigue from using heat and stuff like that. It works really, really well. The paint basically kind of does give a very metallic-y shortcut. That kind of works out really, really well to kind of help with that effect. And like I said, I'm only doing the 3 here on the stream. I'll do the rest off camera. I got a lot to do on this ship this weekend to get just kind of caught up and kind of get things ahead. Get things really kind of working forward. But yeah, I just shorten up each time a little bit more. And it really kind of helps pull that gradient as I layer on layer after layer. So, I mean, it's starting to show more and more the gradient as I go 2 additional layers from where we started. So, just one layer at a time. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. But Douglas, glad you were able to jump in. JJ, you too. Glad to see you guys on the stream. I know it's been a while because it's unusual for me to be gone for 2 weeks, but health issues, and even right now, I'm not feeling that great. But like I said at the beginning of the video, this indented section, I want to start doing some work with. I'm going to start messing with this because now I could take a heat gun and pop it back out, but it's a great impact point, and I kind of want to do some stressing on this plate. And I'm going to start with Proacryl's dark silver, kind of putting in a line. And actually, hopefully this bottle hasn't gone bad on me. Emerald Night, sold. There's a Turbo Dork paint called Cool Ranch that can be really kind of cool for giving like crack metal fatigue look. But I'm going to start with this dark silver. Proacryl paints by Monument Hobby guys. Check them out. They're pretty cool paint. I really love this dark silver. I'm pretty sure I use it almost in every stream to kind of just kind of show a darkness into the metal. I'm going to kind of just use the metal's contour as a branching point. Kind of take some of it over to the red as well. Just kind of give the blasting pattern into it. Now it doesn't look like I'm doing a lot because this is going to be more of a build-up to the damage. I'm trying to more show the impact point than I am actually creating a contour. So that'll be a first layer of many to kind of create that effect. Because, you know, her guns, they're used, they're beaten, hence the firing effect. Maybe like JJ, you suggested with the coffee table, she's coming in the dry dock for overhaul. Could very much be why. She took a hit. She's had to fire a lot of rounds. It's time to be worked up a little bit. I'm gonna get some different metals in here. What do I want to use? What kind of metals do I want to use, guys? So many choices, so little time. I'll pull in some brass, maybe? Nah, that's getting a bit overkill. And what I'm planning on doing here is I'm going to take and cut a strip from the Cricut vinyl, and I want to run it down the length here, and kind of that way I can kind of create the effects of the landing bay and actually push that up, peel it, and actually adhere the landing bay and possibly even print the ship symbol on the landing run. Whoops. I don't know where my phone is. So, sorry about that, guys. All right, so kind of finish up, and we are kind of at that hour mark where I'm going to have to actually end this here pretty soon. Thank you, Martin. She has been very much, this is what, the 6th stream, guys, that we've worked on this? Actually, you know, I'm going to let this dry because we haven't gotten to work on the Warhammer pistol. So I'm going to set that to the side. Uh-oh. Ah. My buttons are reversed. That's why. Okay. So you guys can see she has gained color, and I have caught up on both sides now of painting. The guns have very much their patinaing of the camera doesn't autofocus, the patinaing of being fired on it now. I've done more work. This color is now looped all the way around the engine section the way it should be. I've done some tipping on the engine section back here. Did some experimentation with some contour lining in here. I want to do a bit of painting through here to kind of give some accenting. But one thing that you got to remember with doing a Battlestar, is these are a ship of war. They're very flat in their color. So we're getting to the point where color-wise, I'm not going to be able to do a whole bunch more. But there is still plenty to do on this ship over the next 2 weeks. And that's exactly what we're going to focus on, because, and I'm going to show this when I turn it around here. Oh. While I have added some accents of colors and different things like that, I need to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and cut a section of, and I'm going to try to use the Cricut to create the runway stripes that I will put the vinyl in here and create the runway in the bays. And then the other piece we need to do is a bit of kit bashing, because I never noticed this till the other day when I was looking at it, that a section of this print failed. And I would have never caught that. I wasn't even looking for it. So that right there is a problem that we got to solve. But also, I hate the lack of detail here. So what I'm going to do, one, I've got to fill this void. It is flat actually on the model, but this is where the main guns are actually embedded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 small stir straws, set them in here to create the tubes for those guns, and then fill this flat. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of kit bash. We're going to take old scrap pieces from 3D prints and other things, and we're going to create detail here and here to really kind of give this front panel some life, close it off, and make the front of the ship look proper. So that's going to be next week's stream. Once I have everything kind of finished up and the parts that I want here, I'm going to try to have the vinyls done so that we can insert and peel and actually have runways sitting here. I am looking for a good Viper model that I can shrink down to itty bitty to fit the flight base, possibly. Or possibly have on small wires kind of hanging out here. But tonight what I want to do is I want to get some detail in some of this ribbing and get some of the details popped out in these mechanical sections. And then we're getting closer to the paint job being done, which what I'll do is before I do those tomorrow night, and before we put the vinylings down, I will seal this. So I'll go in with a matte varnish and I will seal this up. Then once that's done, then we'll come back and we'll give some weathering, like some rust, different things along the line of the ship to kind of give it its reality. And then the final stream that she will have will be focused on this battle damage right here, on this back part of this pod. So, and then the plan is January 1,
she goes up on the Rise 3D Printing Shop.com website and is up to be sold to help fund further projects for next year. So one other thing that will be coming next year too, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and announce it. I'm almost done getting the membership for the channel set up that will give you guys exclusive features within. So keep an eye out for that. There's multiple levels. If you guys want to get in and help out, I really do appreciate it, because we do a lot in a lot of short time, and any help or stuff like that is greatly appreciated. But tonight, the focus is mainly here, here, and here. I'm done kind of playing back here on the engine pod. I need to give this a little bit more of a mechanic look and less flat. And then, like I said, I want to kind of get it wrapped up paint-wise, and then I want to get this guy sealed. I'm going to try to make a decal to go in here. The poll is still open on a name, so because I will also do that where she has her own exclusive name and not Pegasus, because I've already deviated from the original Pegasus model with all these big guns. But hey, it's a Battlestar. It should have big guns, period. So let's do some work on these areas. So the first thing, of course, if you're going to do any painting and you want your paint, you don't want to waste paint, you need your wet palette. I use a red grass. This is an XL wet palette. I have the smaller ones. I use them too. Especially when I'm traveling. I have one that's just exclusively for when I travel. It's a little guy. Actually, I don't know if I put it in the desk here. And nope, he's not in my desk. He's still in my little travel kit. If you guys would like to see my travel painting kit, let me know. I'll make a video for that over on the model channel that's getting ready to come out too. So all kinds of stuff going on at the beginning of the new year. I launch a store. I do all kinds of weird things. Man, we are going crazy in here. All right, so the first thing I want to play with is actually, I'm going to play with some black. So this is black that's been on my wet palette from another project. And it's kind of starting to dry up, so I need to use it, which is fine. Now, I could pour some water on here and bring it back to life too, which I would just use distilled water to do so. But I want it to be kind of not easy to pull off, because I want it to not paint evenly. I want it to give a grunge effect on the hardware. So in a way, I'm using it as a weathering, more of a dry brush, I guess, would be kind of the way I'm using it. I'm going to put a little bit of water in here, kind of soften it up a little bit. Kind of put my wet palette over here. Maybe you guys can see where. There we go. Got to be more conscious of that. So I don't want it to go on heavy. I want it to kind of look striped and grimed, an accent of this Mechanicus gray that I put in here to kind of make it pop out. All right. So it kind of gives the parts a bit of highlight, a little bit of mechanical looking. Where's my paper towel? Oh, I'm all discombobulated tonight. I'm losing all kinds of stuff. All right, so we'll scoot that over. I want some natural steel. I like the natural steel. It gives a bright pop that I just kind of love. So we're going to play with that a little bit. And there's some coils here that I think would look really good in the Mechanicus steel. Because while it is a ship of war, it's still a starship. You can't armor everything. It's just not going to work. Because how is the engines going to put the fire, propel you? Even Star Trek has vulnerable parts of the warp nacelles. Because any ship, the most vulnerable part is the aft section of the ship, usually. All I'm doing is kind of just giving it a little bit of life.
But the cricket part, I'm really kind of curious to do, of making that one runway that I can slide in there and just uh, try to lay down. You guys can see just kind of the change in the color is kind of just helping the mechanical parts kind of pop. I don't want to overdo the color. I want to kind of keep it subdued. This is a military vessel, you know, that kind of thing. But like the copper, those are kind of my thought of a heat sink, stuff like that, to kind of keep things kind of, you know, the ship's got to stay cool, and kind of work that way. So while this stream, I don't have a ton prepared. Well, hopefully next week, I'm hoping to have a bunch of stuff ready to go. Again, if you guys know of a really good mini Viper model, definitely leave it down in the leave a link for me in the comments down below, or email me at mike@rise3dprinting.com, because I'd love to have something like that orbiting around the ship. So, and I just don't want anything that looks like little triangles, basically. So I'm gonna come back to that black. I'll play with these rib lines. See if I can make them pop out a little bit. Now I could probably use the weathering pencil and just go really quickly over this, or I could have taken some tape and probably just airbrush this in real fast, but yeah, not tonight. Next year's projects, we're probably going to see the airbrush quite a bit now that it's sitting down here at my feet, and you guys can see that I've got the blower ready to unfold and do the airbrushing with. So should be a fun time. Add a little bit more water. Pull that paint back to life a little bit. There we go. So hopefully everybody's doing well. I know schools are getting close to being out of session. I'm kind of excited. I get to go get my daughter after Christmas and have some time with her. So that'll be a fun one. And of course, if you're new here, you know, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Join us as we do live streams every Tuesday night. All right. Just gives a little bit of accent against the hull. It's a bit of a thicker black than what I was hoping for, but you know, I actually kind of like it. Makes the parts really kind of pop out like they're meant for something else. And of course, the problem with the Pegasus, I learned my lesson. 38-inch model is a bit big. But next week is going to be kind of fun when we kind of do that kit bashing and build that front plate. I'm going to try to get that ready to really kind of rock. That way I can have it set out here and all the pieces and kind of have an idea as we assemble that. Now, of course, I won't prime it on stream or glue it or base coat it and all that. We'll build it. I'll prime it, do some sanding and stuff, and then the next week we'll finish it off. It'll be on the ship. We'll finish it off with some paints and stuff like that and kind of just make it part of the ship. But I'm really kind of excited that final week to get to the battle damage back here on this one warped piece. Actually, I'm going to Put some black into it there. Where the model suffered damage in its during the move it got hot, I guess, and that piece warped. The rest of it didn't warp, but that piece did. Kind of just working on through here. But yeah, I'm just kind of loving the look, the textures and stuff like that. You guys can see where I've come in with the mechanical grade, working on the tips of the engines. Kind of doing some of this stuff off stream because, again, I want to try to get her wrapped up if I can. But what's everybody else got going on out in the world today? Kind of get her bones all kind of cleaned up there. Awesome. There we go. All right. So tonight is going to be kind of a short stream. Just been a really busy week. Painting blonde hair. Oh, that's what you're doing right now. Okay, okay. I got it. That doesn't sound fun. But Joe, there's gray hair coming, man. There's gray hair coming. Oh, there's gray hair coming your way, man. Soon. All right. So we've kind of discussed a few things that are going on out in the world. Gotten a little bit of work in on the Pegasus. Got some detailing going, which is good. Actually, I need to finish up this side with the natural silver before I forget about it and things just look weird. Because that's usually what happens. So let's get these bits up here kind of finished up. So basically just kind of through here I'm doing a little bit more of the natural steel, some of the black work, trying to just kind of match the other side a little bit. This is always the hard part. You do one side, you got to remember to do the other side. Part of me wants to do more work on the guns, but I just don't know if I'm going to have time. Because if I choose to do that and I do it to 1, I've got to do it to 10 or more, because there may be more getting printed, depending on what I decide about the front here. What did I do over there? That's about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, give it a little bit difference. So basically we've kind of brought that ribbing out. We've brought out some of the textures in the engines here the last round, I think is what we did. Brought in some more color. The engine cones are starting to kind of take shape. We're seeing color brought in up front up here. I think I have enough black to kind of finish it out. Kind of bring in the subtle textures to the components here. Real quick. But if you guys are interested and want to have some say in next year's models, definitely go out and check out that poll out on the community tab that I posted. Write-ins are welcome for ships that you guys want to see hit the channel and kind of work on and have something different than Battlestar, because even I'm getting a little burnt out on Battlestar. How could I really ever actually say a thing? But, you know, this model to me is drawing near the end, which is great. And like I said, she will find a new home. Hopefully someone will want to buy it. Guys, head out there. If you notice down below the comments, there is now the Rise 3D Printing Shop.com is now showing up. Hey Douglas, how's it going? So some of the items are now syncing over, so go check that out, or go to Rise 3D Printing Shop.com, where I've got some models up for sale that I've been working on, stuff like that. Some are raw, some are painted, who knows? But go check out the site, and you know, if you guys do have a custom project you want printed, definitely reach out to me too at mike@rise3dprinting.com. Make sure you hit a like on the video, a like on the stream. It just helps propagate against YouTube and all that fun jazz, because yeah, unfortunately tonight is going to be a short night, and I have a lot of work to do over the week to get the Pegasus ready for her final couple of streams. So I want to get the launch bay stuff in. I want to get this sealed so we can weather it and do some more work on this battle damage back here. So she has been a ship of war that has seen war and now needs to be make it look like she's actually been out there and seen it. So give her some scorch marks and different things like that. The gun's patina is done for the titanium fire effect. She just needs some weathering now is about where we are, and the launch bay's airstrip's done, which I'll probably do most of that with a Cricut and cut that out with the Cricut, so that I can just hopefully just slide them up in the bays. Yeah, that's about all that's been going on. We talked about the Frozen Mighty. We talked about the Warhammer pistol being finished. Yeah, we've been running, guys. Definitely go out there and hit that poll, because as of the new year, whether this is actually done or not, it's coming off the streams. It's going to get its final say in its video, and we'll start a new project with the new year. So kind of excited about that, because I think we come back, it'll be January 3rd, we get to start a new project, which is awesome. The Sovereign class, like I said, the Sovereign and Constitution refit are finishing up printing now. Keep an eye out on Instagram, Rise 3D Printing over there, to see probably photos of stuff that hasn't even made it over to the channel yet, because those are pretty constant. We post daily over there. So definitely keep following, guys. We got a lot coming, a lot recording. The new year, the membership will come out. So if anybody wants to join the membership, that'd be appreciated as well. So that'll get you guys kind of cool bonuses and stuff that I don't usually offer. So the Mighty 8K camera the app is not available yet. It's still being worked on. They're hoping to have it out next month. So as far as using the camera right now, until the app's released, we can't use the camera, which kind of sucks. I was really hopeful about that. So, and I'll be talking about that in more detail in a video that's going to come up in a couple weeks, where I show off more of the prints. So I mean, that Mighty 8K. So this is one print. This is a 10-inch Galaxy class, and it did fantastic. Some layer lines, the Mr. Polisher. Ooh, goodness. We almost had a Viridian 3 happen there. Some lines that got to be taken off, and I'll actually bring it over here so you guys can see it closer. So this just came out of the cure machine. A lot of details. Got a cure hole I got to seal. A lot of good detail. I mean, literally, I pulled it from the printer, pulled the supports off. I didn't even cut them. There's a little bit of work I got to do with the Sonic Saber. But all in all, I mean, that thing is printing fantastic. This is about as big as you can get. It's a 10-inch print. She was printed basically standing up like that. And it's one solid Galaxy class. And I mean, here's a quality comparison. Here's the Mega.
So the Mega did the Sovereign class. And you guys can see the details there. The same level of detail is there. So they're both 8K printers. They're both high quality. The real difference between the two is the plate size and about $1,800 in reality. So a lot coming up. So definitely, guys, get over there, get that poll, get a selection of what ship we want to paint and work on in the streams next year. We may work on both of them. I'm just trying to pick what to start with. But yeah, that's all I've got tonight. I didn't have a whole bunch to talk about. I kind of slammed through everything with discussing the Warhammer pistol being finished, and going to be heading up to my shop soon to be sold. The Pegasus, the goal is to have her done in the next 2 streams, which there's a lot, but we'll get it done. And some stuff will probably be done off camera, so I'll get to show it to you guys and maybe finish doing it. I may do a bunch of it off camera and then just do one section or something with you guys. But we're trying to get this wrapped up and find it a new home, and all kinds of stuff going on right now. It's been a crazy month. Hopefully you guys have finished your Christmas shopping as we approach the 15th and probably the last day of it getting there before Christmas. So hopefully you guys are having fun with that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to working on getting this one off the table, getting started on new stuff, and starting a new adventure with you guys next year with all kinds of new features and functionality, and even hopefully the new channel will be up. And yeah, we got all kinds of good things going. So definitely a lot of fun because my CR10 Max is doing its first print right now since the move. And so far it is looking good. I've actually been checking on it over here using the Octoprint interface that I have on it, just to make sure she's printing fine, because I was having problems with it before we moved, and I got it put all back together here, and it seems to be like it never had a problem. So I guess bouncing in the trailer probably solved it. All's fails kick it. But getting a lot of the print functionality back up and running. One of the things too, you guys can kind of see the air vent there. Next year, I plan on doing a lot more of this on the channel. I do like the Beagle Cam. I love how easily it is to move it between printers too. The Beagle Cam versus trying to find an Raspberry Pi and all that kind of stuff. The Beagle Cam is definitely serving as a great secondary option and is being very useful when it comes to working with the prints. So I'm definitely liking it. Let's put it this way. I've got 2 of them running upstairs, if that says anything. For me to acquire a second usually says a lot. There are not in my shop, printer-wise, there are only 3 types of printers that are duplicated. The Mighties, the Mega Sonic 8K, and my CR10 V2s. Everything else is singular. Even my Ender 3s, I only have an Ender 3 Pro, an Ender 3 V2, and an Ender 3 S1 Pro. I only have one of each type, but it's kind of one of those things to keep in mind. There's a lot of kind of fun stuff that you can do with that and kind of work with. So, but the Beagle Cam is definitely being pretty awesome. Hey, Beagle Cam, sponsor me. Just joking. They seem like a really nice company. They're making a very good product that fills a niche since the Raspberry Pi prices have gone berserk for some weird reason. So it's definitely kind of one of those things to keep in mind and work with and keep kind of going around. So yeah, very much liking that one, Douglas. It's been very, very, very good on its where I've installed it. So yep. All right, guys. Well, I am going to call it here for tonight because I know it's kind of a short stream, but we talked about a whole bunch of stuff. Go out and hit that post that on the community tab of the channel page. Go check out the store too. Yeah, that's all I've got tonight. So guys, Have a good one. Have a safe week. We'll be back next week. Who knows? We may be on for an additional stream this weekend, but I'm not going to promise it because I'm feeling a little panicked about getting this thing done. But we will keep going and keep making this ship look just friggin' awesome. So I definitely will have all the pieces here ready to kit bash this front gap that I showed earlier that we've got to fix and all that kind of stuff. No, I doubt it, Douglas. The Raspberry Pis are so resilient and they're already there. The only way I would make it replace my Raspberry Pis is if I just could get like almost, some of these Raspberry Pis are selling for like $200, which are like a $35 thing. The only way I would replace it if I sold it and got like $200 out of my Raspberry Pis a piece, and then made the return investment of the 75, where I was pocketing some cash. Now I might do that, but the other thing to keep in mind is this stuff only works for FDM printers, so that's kind of the downfall of it. And you have to buy a certain one to work with Prusa, so that's another kicker. So kind of keep that in mind too. So. All right, guys, I'm going to call it here. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I really do appreciate it. We're going to have our pre-Christmas stream next week. We're going to do a lot of work. It's probably going to be a long stream. I will throw that out because there's just a lot to do here. The Frontier. I actually kind of like that name. I think in the polls, I don't even remember the name that was winning, but we'll bring it up next week. That way, we'll put her name on in the final screen. So, but I like Frontier. Frontier is a pretty cool name too. So, hey JJ, you didn't miss too much. We just kind of caught up on this and wrapped up some other project. We've got the Imperial pistol is done, and it's going to go up on its site and go find a new home. Particularly like that, I actually put real bolts in it. That kind of set that one off. The Pegasus, she's got 2 more streams. We kind of outlined what we did there. We talked about the Frozen Mega 8K and Mighty 8K. And there's a poll out on the community page. Go hit that up. And we're talking about the ships that will be on the stream for next year. So I appreciate you guys. I'm going to head out. But definitely go hit those pages. Leave those comments. Hit those thumbs up for me. And if you're new watching this, hit that subscribe button and join the crew. We got all kinds of fun stuff coming up in 2023. We'll see you guys later. Have a good night. You guys can see things are looking not a whole lot different, except when you look at the flight pods. You notice now that they actually have a runway in them. And I use the Cricut to cut straight lines and straight strips, adhere them together, and then lay this down in the flight tubes. They do not go all the way through, unfortunately. They go about 2 or 3 inches in on each side to kind of give the illusion that there is an airstrip. I still need to do it to the bottom flight pods, but I wanted to get these flight pods done before we started looking at it. Number 2, the nose of this model looked horrible. It was blank. Well, and who can guess why there's a clamp on the back? Oh, it is the silliest thing why I have a clamp sitting on the back of this model, but it's so that I can do this and not have to hold on to it. The clamp literally is a kickstand. That's all it is. But you guys can see I have made huge changes to the front of this ship. So I have grafted on, cleaned up. This was just a big gaping hole last week. And you can see that I've brought, these are 3D printing components right here. It's just added a ton of detail to it. We've got to do something about this. And I've got some options about that here shortly to talk about and kind of give an option, an idea for that. So we got to do something about these guns here. But this front detail was really killing me. So what I did, these are from another 3D print that I printed extra parts from that I needed because thin pieces I wasn't confident. So I took the extra sheet that I had printed and I started popping off the parts, and fitting it. Now, if you look at a picture of the Pegasus, there's two really big built into the hull guns right there. Well, thankfully, the way that these parts are, I was able to cut that to capture that look and make it look like the guns are there. And I use the same pieces cutting into bits to create this nose look. The mechanics just make it kind of pop and stand out, and give it that real, yeah, this is a starship look. Now, what I don't like too is in here. It's kind of blah. So I mean, this ship's got flak cannons and everything else to create the flak field to defend herself with. Well, yeah, we've got big guns, but we didn't have the flak cannons. So I'm going to set that aside because I'm in debate about cutting some of this off and making some detail in these pull down arms and possibly giving some more detail up in here to kind of give the ship a little bit more of an aesthetic. But I'm not sold on doing that yet. I'm still kind of churning it through my mind. If you got an opinion, kind of help me out here and give it to me. But so I had a Battleship Missouri model, which my home state, you know, it's my home battleship. The model did not survive the move. It was, the box came open and parts just went everywhere. So trying to rebuild her is going to be a lost cause. With that, her little cannons were still available to me. Basically, the boffers and the 5-inch turrets were still fair game and still in good condition. So I kind of did some research, and underneath here in this groove, there's a line of cannons, but also along this line underneath the flight pod is where the smaller flat cannons were. So what I'm proposing to do is take these cannons and glue them into place to create that look of those cannons onto the ship. So basically I'm kit bashing. I'm taking parts from another kit and giving that little bit of extra detail to really kind of make this model look at. And that's what we're going to work on tonight, is kind of grafting on that extra bit of detail. And actually, I just realized I did not have one of my tools. That I need to do that. So let's get the camera off me a little bit here and get it back on the desk. I need my handy dandy little drill. Now, too, unfortunately, an accident did happen, and I have to fix it. I snapped one of the guns really badly. It caught on my shirt, and I broke it. But luckily, Resin 3D printer to the rescue. We've got a few replacement spares on hand, specifically 5, because I do stupid things. So what I want to do is I'm going to tilt this up, and we're going to add some of the cannons along under here and under this side too to give that flat cannon feel. Of course, we've got the main cannons on the top of the hull. I kind of did some research. I didn't really see where any of these smaller flat cannons were anywhere across this upper spine, which was a little weird, in my opinion. But maybe I just haven't found a really good picture of where those guns sit on top of the ship. So a little frustrating to kind of try to figure out what's going on. But I think kind of adding in some of these extra details, definitely taking stuff from like these panel plates from the Star Destroyer build that I had left over to kind of just take a blank area and give it a little bit of life. What's your guys' thoughts? Throw some out there. I know this is kind of a weird night. Usually I'm doing this on Tuesday, so and of course it'll be the replay, so definitely leave it down in the comments below. I think I am going to do this piece just to kind of give it a little bit of life, maybe something right here as well to kind of step the model up and give it a little bit of life to it. Because the blank space is now like these are armor plates. It's supposed to be blank space. This is inside the armor. It's not really supposed to be blank. So I'm just kind of dressing it up a little bit. I even thought about cutting and molding a piece into here to give it texture. Because that's really kind of what I feel like it's missing. It's just texture, which means I put it in there. Guess what I got to do? I got to paint it. Now, luckily for the Star Wars build, these were already primed. So painting them, no problem. Not a problem. The Boffers and the 5-inch guns, I already took care of those. They're primed, they're painted into the lead belcher, and we can start kind of proceeding with them. So I've kind of done legwork. Sorry, my foot's stuck in my air hose underneath here. So I've done legwork. I've done, honestly, a lot, because just giving that detail into the front here was a bit of a daunting task, getting this in here, especially since this was a completely open hole. I used a 3D printing pen. I closed it. I've got some fill work to do and then some sanding to really kind of bring this sealed. And same with up here. I got a little bit of filling, a little bit of sanding to really kind of make that, give that the ship's feel. But when you look at that compared to a blank piece, that just kind of says, oh yeah, that is a great addition, I felt, to the ship. It's not screen accurate, so, but honestly, other than the base hull shape, nothing about this is really screen accurate, because you don't see these really big guns like this. They just look good. So, yeah, so that's kind of the basis of the work tonight. I'm going to glue that piece in and start getting it textured in with the dark silver to pull it back into this piece. We're going to make the parts that are probably going to fit here to give some detail. We're going to take a look at this from the Star Wars pieces. So it's just a really kind of cool thing. A lot of people, I hear the comments of, you can't get good detail with FDM. I beg to differ. Other than the guns, this entire thing is FDM. You can get really good detail with an FDM printer. Simple as that. So let's get these parts glued on. I'll actually take you guys up to top view so we can kind of see a little bit more of what we're doing here. I'm just going to use standard super glue. Give it a little bead in there, because luckily this has got a nice flat bottom. We're going to get it glued in place, because what I love about this one piece is, to me, that circular part makes me think of a airlock. But I love just the idea that I'm getting a little bit of extra detail. And I'm really not doing anything. Thank you, Angus. Appreciate it. I'm not really doing a bunch of extra work to grab this detail. It's just printed parts that I have laying around that just need a home. And we're going to use this Pegasus to do that. So, because it just steps up the look, the aesthetic. All right, that should grab. And the nice thing, like I said, they're primed. So I really don't have to do all that much to it to let the detail just sit in there and pop. But I know this is kind of flourishes and prettiness as we try to close in on our deadline of getting this finished by the first of the year. But all in all, I think we're getting really, really close. So I want to put these details on. I'm going to paint them the proper colors. And then once I have that done, I plan to varnish it. I'm probably going to just use a matte varnish and seal this so I don't lose any of the colors. And then we're going to come in with the water-soluble rust. We're going to come in with streaky grime. And we're going to come in with the, do some more work with the panel line, accent colors. So once we have that all sealed in, we can really kind of do some work. And you actually can kind of see I've done a little bit of work up in here, kind of creating an accent around these raised areas. Actually, can I... I am going to try something that I may regret. I should have this option. Ah, I do. Let's zoom in a little bit, shall we? There we go. Get you guys a little bit better view of it. I know the silver is a bit off-putting, but like I said, just adding that one little streak of extra details can just do a ton. I was just cutting it. Oh, there it is. All right. And just if you guys are out there and out and about and just kind of curious, February 10th and 11th, I will be attending, I'll actually have a table at the Savannah Animazicon, I think it's called. So if you're anywhere in the area and want to meet up, I will be there. Should be a fun time. I'll be there both days. Hey, Douglas, how's it going? We're making advancements, man. We're making advancements. We're getting more detail. We're getting this thing done. Oh, it'll be glorious when it's done. And basically, like I said, I'm just kind of kit bashing right now. This is parts from other 3D prints, parts from other model kits that I'm just kind of giving a bit more texture, sharper, a little bit more sharper detail to kind of make the ship a little bit more robust, more detailed than what she currently is. So... all right. So, and you can kind of see where this was just a blank smooth space, we've now added a really nice amount of texture. And also, like I know some of you are just joining, you guys can really kind of see that texture now add in the light gray. That'll be brought into the dark silver like the other pieces, but also that nose has gotten the same treatment. Over the week, I've done that to the nose, and also that underpiece. Let me angle her so we can get a good look at that underpiece again. So 2 days ago, this was just a big gaping hole that went back in here. And I used a 3D printing pen. I filled it. I used the Mr. White Putty filler to create a smooth surface. And then this is more of the kit bash components, but the Battlestar Pegasus has big guns sitting built in, straight forward facing cannons. I've created that aesthetic using this part to create those guns. But we also kind of have these poopy things here. And that's kind of where the 5mm, or the 5-inch cannons from the Battleship Missouri kind of comes in. I'm kind of hoping I can just kind of drill and set this in place to actually create the gun. Then I'll use the Beaufort cannons from the Missouri, and I will actually, that's what we're going to do right now, is we're going to start lining the hull here with these extra guns. And we're going to do the same back here on the flight pod, which you guys can see in the small picture of me, I hope. I know the live thing sometimes covers it up. So there's a lot. There's just a lot to do today to bring this thing closer to being complete, which, I mean... I don't know. What's your guys' opinion? Do you guys like the extra detail that I'm adding? That's kind of giving it, like I said, I feel like it's giving it a bit more life to the ship. And yes, if you're curious, the clamp is specifically there to be a kickstand on the back of the ship so that I can do this stuff. So I'm going to use my handy dandy little drill. I'm going to get the right drill bit here. So I've got a pretty small one in it right now to drill the holes for the guns. So we're in the holidays and having all that fun, guys. What all's going on in your neck of the woods this holiday? What is everybody doing? So me, I'm home. I'm finishing out my work week and going to be here at home for Christmas, but I have a wonderful week planned with my daughter. Shaka, I'm not sure what you mean. Where did the stream go? We're still going. We're getting a tool here ready to make a hole. That's always the horrifying part, is when you go to make a hole in something. Sounds like fun, Douglas? Going over to a cousin for dinner. That sounds like a lot of fun. I am staying home with my beautiful wife. That's what we decided to do. Alright. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that 5mm cannon, or the 5-inch cannon from the Missouri, which she has graciously donated, and I'm going to try to set that in the hole, which is unfortunately not big enough. So I got to waller it out a little bit. See if we can get this in here. Well, fine. It's going to be that way. We're just going to glue it. So I'm just going to cut the stand off. I'm going to put a bead of super glue. We're going to put it on there. I'm going to go the quick and dirty way because we are running out of time to finish this build. So we'll just hold it there for a second, and we're going to have a gun. Ribs, prime rib, veggies. Oh, sounds like you're going to have a good time, Douglas. All right, so basically I'm just trying to get this gun to take place. I could use some super glue, quick dry, but a little bit of holding doesn't matter. But basically, like I said, I'm taking parts from a destroyed model and giving them new life. That's kind of my goal here, giving some extra detail. I do need to do some painting over here, so check back next week to see what I do under here and what detail I decide to give it. And I will, luckily all these pieces that I'm putting on are already pre-primed, which is kind of cool. So once I finish kind of puttying in the kit bash pieces, like right here, I just have a big gap I need to putty and fill. Lose my bandage at the same time. Then I will get this stuff into the lead belcher, and really when we go to streak and grime this, we're going to do a lot of detail with the grime and different colors to really kind of pull that out. We'll look at the cannons here and try to give them the same wear of all the other big guns. Yeah. Like I said, we're nearing the final assembly, which is great. Getting these extra guns on, kind of giving a little bit more reality look to it. I'm really kind of enjoying this extra detail that I'm seeing going into it. It really kind of pulls it and really kind of finishes it off. Depending on how I feel, I may put some rivet holes in the bigger panels to make them look like how they bolt on. That I don't know if I will get to or if I will do. So turkey, beef, pork, veggies, etc. 6 kids and their partners. Wow. Busy household. Oh boy. The 27th, I'm going to be ecstatic because I get my daughter. Hopefully, if her flight doesn't get canceled with all this wonderful winter weather that is decided that we need is coming in. So, but we will see how that transpires. So, I'm worried about her getting in because she's flying from Phoenix to Atlanta, but we will see. All right. Now we're going to try to start putting on these flat cannons. Well, luckily for me, that convention's right here in Savannah, where I'm at. So for me, it's just a hop up the road. But 48, Douglas, that's nothing wrong with that age, man. I am 9 years behind you. My drill bit is just a little too small. I really hope she does. I haven't gotten to see her since the summer, so we will, if she makes it, fantastic. It's going to be a fun week. Go in your home. You know you want to. I'm going to have to go get a little bit bigger drill bit to do the rest. But you guys are kind of starting to see the idea that I'm trying to achieve here. Okay, so that one's in. So now we're going to have these buffers running along here. And also, you can't see my hand. Here, let's do this. Also running along the base of the flight pod here, pointing out so they can aim up or down. Because these are the guns that create the flak pattern that defends the beast here. So, kind of one of those things. I'm just kind of making that bit of detail. To kind of give some realisticness to it, and we're barking for no reason. That was Eva. If you're curious, she's something's caught her attention. All right, got her to go lay back down. Gotta love dogs. But so while I am cannibalizing parts from another model, it's giving that detail along the... She's always got to have the last word. So it's giving that detail of this is a ship of war. Uh-oh. The fun part of putting together models, you lose pieces. It'll turn back up. So, there we go. So as we go down the spine here, we start having those guns that are facing out to create that flak field and really kind of make things work. And kind of do what it needs to do. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to go find out what's going on here. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Had to go figure out what was making her angry. So now we're back though. So now I'm actually going to put it back. We're going to move back along the flight pod. And start kind of working on this. So yes, this is an FDM print. This was done on, the main body was done on a CR10 Max in one big print. So the entire thing is FDM. From step one, this thing has been FDM. This was an order that someone asked me to do and then didn't pay for it. So, and then I had boxed it, completely forgotten about it. And then we moved and I ran across the box. So I decided to printer, to builder, and do it live here so you guys could watch. So let's do a count here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got to save enough for the other side. 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. All right, so I can do 8 on each side and have an emergency one. Yep, Shaka, we've been working on this one for... when did I start streaming again? Like I said, this is episode 7 or 8 that we've been building this thing. It's just a massive, big build. And it's been a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong, I am enjoying building it. Originally, the fun was not meant to be mine, but this is what happens when you have someone order something and they don't pay for it. And they cancel an order midway through the print job, which to print this entire ship was a 16-day print job to print the main body. It was all done at once. I made that hole a little too big. This is what happens sometimes. So we've been continuously painting. We did kind of take a little deviation with the Imperial Guard pistol, which is out on the rise3dprintingshop.com. It's out there. If you're curious and interested in buying it, it is up for sale. If you guys have an interest in that, that the proceeds of that go to help me out, helps out the channel. And also one thing I am going to throw out there too, guys, is we opened up the membership finally. So that is a thing now. You guys can join the membership depending on what amount that you're wanting to pay. I think it starts at $4.99. There's tons of perks. Even some of the perk level has discounts in my shop. And different things like that too. So that is out there. If you guys choose to join and help support the channel, I greatly appreciate it. Because you'll get shout outs and all that kind of stuff for being a channel backer. So, and some other special perks that are detailed in the membership. So if you can, go out there and join, help us out, help us get bigger and better as we continue to grow this thing. I mean, we just passed 6,000 subscribers, which I'm incredibly thankful for. I think we're actually already narrowing in on 6,100. Yeah, I did it again. Making the holes a little too big. That's all right. Nothing a little bead of super glue won't fix. But also, the poll is out there, and I am letting the post go, and the poll go until January 1 of which ship are we painting next, because the Enterprise E is on there and the refit Enterprise A. So, and of course write-ins, which I think we had a write-in for the Rosinati from the Expanse. Someone wanted the Enterprise D, which I was showing off that model last week. It is actually printed, but this ain't no little toy that we're going to paint next week. So this is a 16-inch single resin print Enterprise E Sovereign class that, doesn't even come to the size of a flight pod on this model, but you guys can see the sharp detail that was in the print. I can't wait. I got a little bit of sanding to do and support removal and a little bit of filler to do on the drainage holes. But once I have that all done and this thing smooth as butter, we're gonna get going on it. And like I said too, I did do the Constitution class, same size, 16-inch, and you guys can just see that sharp detail. So these were both printed together at the same time to the same size, and that print for a resin print had me scared out my pants. That I did that resin print to make those two starships was 75 hours. Literally was scaring the tar out of me while I was printing it, because I'm like, please don't fail, please don't fail, please power don't go out. There's just so many things that could go wrong with that big of a build, and that much loss of resin would have really hurt. So we got one more boffer to put on this side. Not only do one side with you guys watching, we got a little one to do up here of the 5-inch guns that I want to do. I probably could get a normal drill and do this a lot faster, but those prints were done with the Sonic Mega 8K. They were done, like I said, I printed both of them. It's a 13-inch build plate. Those printers just do fantastic work. Let's not make that hole too big, but I'll only make you guys endure the addition of the buffers on the one side. I made that hole just right that it slips right in. Awesome. So just a little bit of extra detail. that the guns give, because you got the 5-inch guns sitting here in the front now. Once they're I go in and kind of do some paint work on those. They'll really step up the detail. And they kind of really do that underlook effect. It shows that there's guns now. She's armed. Coupled with her really big guns up here on top. I mean, this thing is starting to look just straight out lethal in comparison. So, and actually, I don't think we're going to get to it. I was going to possibly tackle this guy tonight. I've been on a bit of a StarCraft kick, so, you know, StarCraft Space Marine, why not? This was also done with the Sonic Mighty 8K, which is the Mega 8K's little brother. But yeah, not bad for a 19-hour print. So I was kind of hoping to start in on that, but that maybe we'll see where we are with this, and we may chime into him next week. Is that Curiosity? Would that fit down there? No, it's not. It's too big. Okay, not going to try to cram that in there. But I'm getting ideas, guys. That's a scary thing. When Mike has ideas, it can be a very scary thing. On the two big starships, well, let's just put it this way. It takes 2 bottles to fill the bay. The new Sonic pad. Easy Living, I'm not sure what you're talking about on the Sonic pad. But the Sonic Mighty 8K is just been fantastic. The Mega 8K is fantastic. Really loving the printers. The Fungo curing stations have been a blessing to really kind of help out. Haven't even looked at it, to be honest, with the Easy Living. I'll have to go give that a look. So there's nothing too wrong with Clipper. Clipper can be good software depending on the printer. I'm actually thinking about putting Clipper on my my Chiron, because I have not been able to get that Anycubic Chiron to do anything. So it's time for the firmware to the Mighty 8K Shaka. I'm not sure where you are. Make sure to go check that out over on Amazon, because that printer retails normally at $1,000. And I know people were picking them up for like $550 over there. I've been very happy with my Mighty 8Ks. They have been a great addition to augment the smaller parts that I'm printing with these big prints. I'll do a post on it, but I'm doing it's a model by Wicked of the Green Goblin. And literally the sled that he stands on is almost as big as the entire build plate of my Mega 8K. And I'm doing this entire thing in resin. I've got one more print to go of the smoke that's coming out of the machine, but I'll have to show you guys. Maybe I might have it put together next week. So, yeah, I'm very much in the Octoprint or the Beagle Cam Easy Living. I really like the Beagle Cam. The Beagle Cam has been a great addition to my shop. I need to do a second video on the Beagle Cam, because for $75, that thing I've got the camera, I've got the device, everything's done in the app, and really great. So it's a lot better than paying $1,000 on the Frozen site, though. But I'll be honest, these Mighty 8Ks and with the profile I've got now, just smooth. Now, granted, I'm using the I'm using the Frozen Aqua 8K resin as well. So my profile is built for that. And I'm actually kind of been having fun with their 4K resins, which a video is coming on that probably just at the beginning of the year, going between the 8K and the 4K resin. Because you guys remember, I know the guys that have been here for a long time, I had the Frozen M3 Max as well, the 13-inch printer. And I fought and just could not get that printer to actually print. Well, I talked to the guys at Frozen. They sent me the 4K resin, which I greatly appreciate it. They sent me the 4K resin, and I had the Profile in Shinto Box Pro that I was using on my other printer, so I just imported it over to the M3, and lo and behold, the first print, boom, it's working. I'm getting ready to clean that off and go to a second print, which I'm thinking about starting a Warlord Titan for myself to have fun with. So yeah, easy living. Definitely check out that Beagle Cam, because I'll have to take a look at the Sonic Pad, but the prior control platforms Creality has put out that to try to compete with Octoprint, the last one I didn't care for. I think it was like the Creality Link or something. Actually, if you wanted the Mobius Mercury kit, which is only half the size of this, you're going to pay about $250 for the kit. The kit just that's not made anymore. So where this is this is all 3D print except for the magnets and the cannons that I've stole from a destroyed model kit. So the Battlestar kits are getting, especially of the Galactica and the Pegasus class, are getting really hard to find. This one, we've customed it out with the magnetic cannons and stuff like that that we've done. I've got to repair this one because I I made a mistake, but no worries. I have spares. I've printed more. So basically, I'm going to go through, get the cannons on. I'm going to get these prime new pieces that we added in primed up. Oh, the printer. The printers live, man. Because the printer that did the main body, did the main hull, CR10 Max, 16-day print to print all these pieces, except for the guns. The guns were done on a Saturn S 4K printer with the Frozen 4K resin. They're extremely thin parts. We've done a lot of paint. Like I said, I think this is episode 7 or 8 that we've touched this ship. Next week, next Tuesday, is the plan to get on and hopefully close this ship out. This ship needs to be done by the end of the year. I want it done. I want to move on to the new Enterprises that I was showing off, the 16-inch resin prints of the Enterprise E and the Enterprise A. So there is a lot still coming. Next week, we may even get to touch on our Space Marine here that the lighting is not doing any justice for, and start getting him painted because I want to have this painted, one for me. So there is a lot that we've got going on, a lot of craziness going on, and don't be surprised if there is a maybe an extra stream come in. I don't know yet. We'll see what time allows. But like I said, this has got to get done, and we're kind of nearing the end of our time tonight. Yes, Easy Sherper, I am going to wash it. So right now, I plan on getting these pieces painted into the dark silver, get them to match, get some more detail on this. I'm going to seal it with satin. And then we're going to come in with the Tamiya Panaline accent color. We're going to come in with the water-soluble rust, and we're going to get some streaky grime in here. So we've got stuff that we're getting ready to use from AK and all that kind of stuff to really kind of give her the grime and kind of touch out some of these additional parts, make them pop. So I've got a lot of work to do this week because I want to make sure this vinyling gets sealed down, and I want to make sure that, this looks like it's been used as a runway, coming with some tan and stuff like that too. Make this ship look like it's have a hard life. So we've got a lot getting ready to come in. I got to fix the guns. And then I've got to start working on the base. That's going to be the kicker. And Wanalux sent me, if you guys go back to some of the streams, they sent me a laser machine, and I'm going to try to use some of that to kind of help cut the base. And I'm going to use the Cricut to make the final red. I'm going to get some more yellow, brighten this up. I'm probably going to use the contrast Imperial Fist from Citadel to brighten this more. And then I'm going to do the vinyl cut. And then next week we will make the final decision on this ship's name, of what we're going to put here as its name. So yeah, lots coming, lots of craziness. If you guys are still out there, make sure you hit that thumbs up button, give the video lots of likes. The word for today that, I want you guys to go put out there, if you stayed through the video all the way through, put Battlestar in the comments. People aren't going to know unless they watched all the way through what that's all about. So I appreciate everybody joining tonight. Also, if you're willing, join the membership, get some of the perks. Go check out the shop, rise3dprintingshop.com. And yeah, most important thing of all, have a happy holidays, guys. Everybody deserves a good holiday. This is the time of year where we're all supposed to be kind and helpful to others, and this is definitely a great way and time to do that. So make sure, I know there's lots of stressors that happen at this time of year and things that can go wrong. But just remember, try to be kind, try to be giving, and try to be understanding to your fellow humans on the planet, because it's definitely one of those things we all need to make sure we're taking care of each other. So if you guys have any 3D printing questions, anything like that as well, make sure you throw them down in the comments down below, and who knows, it may wind up on the next stream of me answering your questions. So definitely one of those things. I appreciate everybody here. Have a happy holidays, guys. I'm going to continue working on this and hopefully have some really cool stuff to do next week, especially if we start doing the griming and the streaking. Oh, it's going to be so much fun to finally start getting close to that finish line. So, and if you're new here and you haven't, hit that subscribe button. So thank you guys. We'll see you in the next stream and the next video on Friday. So you guys can see we've got a coat of varnish on it. We're going to start working on the weathering of this beautiful ship. So the guns are on there. This has all now become the same color, where we added all the kit bashing parts here. So JD, I used a CR10 Max to print this one. This one was printed in 10 different pieces, all at the same time on the build plate. So it is a very 450 millimeter by 450 millimeter, I believe, is the build plate. So it is a massive, printer. That's the printer that I print chest plates in one piece. So it's my biggest printer in the shop, and all the parts were arranged to print out. This was a 16-day long print to do that. So I appreciate it, JJ. This has definitely been a combination of many things, because I know I told on the first night that we assembled this, I told the backstory of this model. Was it originally wasn't even meant for me. This was printed as a commission that got canceled when it was almost done printing. So I boxed it because I was like, oh, whatever. I'll come back to it, or someone will want one later on. And I just boxed it, put it away. So we moved here to Savannah, and I came across the box, and I was like, you know what? That's going to make a fun thing to just build over time. And here we are, nearing the finish line in it. One more print is coming, to be the round base that will go underneath it, and just make this one finish out what it's going to be. So I'm excited to get there. There are a few things we need to do. We need to go through and kind of grime her up a little bit, and we got to get this symbol here done, which I have a new idea that I'm going to approach, and I haven't worked on yet, but this is kind of in my plan for tomorrow. And then we kind of want to grime streak a little bit and kind of make her look like she's been seen some stuff. So, but I do have 4 more of the guns that will actually go underneath the flight pods. Stealing the parts from Missouri, you can see that I added in a few more. They've gotten some down on the flight pod, and those 5-inch guns underneath really have added and kind of finished out her detail. So model kit bashing, stealing parts from a Star Destroyer 3D print. We've done a lot when it comes to this build. And I've tried to restrict a lot of the time that I've spent on it to working on it here on stream. But here lately, I'll do a section of it, and then I'll do the rest of the ship off stream. So that may be what happens here too. But I kind of want to I'm going to work with some streaking grime, and I'm going to work with some of the dirty down rust to kind of give some aging and weathering to the ship. Then we're going to turn it around, and we're going to work on that battle damage section back here. And kind of really start giving her the final layer. Now, the reason why I wanted to varnish this before I did this was because it makes it really easy if I mess up to just wipe it away and come back. It's not going to disturb any of the paint underneath. That's why the coat of varnish was so important before I started this process. So, yeah, I mean, I like to think we're approaching the finish line. This thing will go out on the Rise 3D printing shop, which is rise3dprintingshop.com. If you want to go take a look at some of the models I have up for sale out there, go for it. I actually have this unpainted in the 14-inch size, which actually, let me grab it real quick. So if you find this, go back to one of my older videos and find the link for it. Here's the original size of the print of that file. That's the original size. You guys can see I took my time. This one is completely just hand brush painted. It was primed and then I painted it all by hand. So yeah, you can see just the level of detail is fantastic in these. But I do have unpainted versions of these for sale out in the shop too. Some that I've done the gray and I've done some of the red highlights. That's out there too. But this one has by far been the biggest trial that we've gone through. So and we've done a lot to bring this ship to life with just colors, filling, adding in extra detail to just make it look. Since the model was blown up, there was a lot of just devoid space. Now, like these armor plates, not a lot I can do, but it's just one of those things. There's just a lot that went into making the ship look good. Using the Cricut to create the airstrip inside, just a lot of bits and pieces. And now we're kind of take our time. I'm going to work specifically here to start bringing the muck and the grime into it. And to do that, I'm going to use good old cosmetic sponges. And I'm actually going to put a pair of gloves on because I don't want to stain my hands. So I'm just going to grab me a couple sponges. And we're going to start going down, getting this one streamed up. And also, guys, I want to reach out. We've had our first member join the YouTube membership. Shaka joined, and that is greatly appreciated. Go out there and take a look at that button, and there should be a join button right below the video to take a look at the tiers of the membership and join. And some special features and stuff are there. So if you guys do care to join and back the channel, it is greatly appreciated. You know what? There's my gloves. Good old Harbor Freight gloves. And basically what we're going to start doing is kind of just griming to the back. So specifically the areas I want to grime are here, here, and some in here around these mechanical points. Maybe a little bit off the coloring and a little bit here off these upper pieces. So that's where I want to specifically look at the grime and the rust. I want to definitely look at the rust at these sections like here And I know the camera doesn't show it well, where it's these circular parts that could have been airlocks where air and moisture has escaped and gotten on the metal and caused rust, which seems kind of odd in space, but you know, So, but like Dirty Down Rust, you can find this out on Amazon. It is expensive, but it works. Oh, it works. And Streaking Grime from AK Paints works really well too. It colors on great, wipes off nicely. And of course, you got to give it the shake, 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 shake. So kind of one of those things, all things to work on. But I have found, I mean, just looking in the cap there, that color is just fantastic. And actually, I'm going to do some of this first with a brush because I don't want to get it too big. So what I'll do is I'll brush it into kind of where I want it, and then I'll wipe it away. You can see just kind of the little bit of additions that I'm putting in is kind of driving in. It's driving in a little bit of extra color, giving a little bit of dispersion. And contrasting. But the model was just kind of lacking in that pristine look. That just kind of makes it look nice. And using a sponge to pull it, kind of gives the metal just a little bit of patinaing, a little bit of different look. Actually, I need to move my wet palette. It's in my way tonight. So this is the Dirty Down Rust. And I'll also be using the AK Streaking Grime. So right now I'm just working with the Dirty Down Dust. You guys can see it just lays down so beautifully. I love working with this stuff. It works just really well. It gives a great color, especially for rust and stuff like that. It just gives a great color. Hey Douglas, how's it going? Merry Christmas, man. And like I said, tonight on the stream, I'm going to focus just here and probably on this top side, and I'll do the patinaing of the rest, hopefully before Tuesday, where hopefully we'll finish this one out. We'll call this one closed when I've got the base printed, but we will see.
just kind of how that works out. Because Monday I'm out of town all day. So but just kind of gives some life. Tomorrow I am going to church and spending the whole day here at home, where hopefully I will, get some videos pumped out and ready. Because yeah, you guys didn't get a video yesterday because I have just been crazy busy, which a lot of us are, thanks to Christmas and stuff like that. But you guys can kind of see how that 30 down rust is just kind of sitting in there, getting in here, making it look like, some moisture was here and it got splattered back. It's kind of the look I'm going for because, the ship's been out in space way too long is kind of where I'm going for. And these exposed components. All right, I'm going to pause with this, and I want to do some work with the streaking grime. All right. There's kind of the color of the streaking grime. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a sponge. I'm going to grab some of it. I'm just going to pull it across the panel. I'm going to take the other end of the sponge, just kind of wipe it all away. And you can see it's kind of bringing in that color. I know the camera just glitched, but it's just kind of bringing in a little bit of different color to these panels. And it's kind of just giving it a little bit of life that it didn't have before because it was just a flat color. And what you can do too is take some mineral spirits and kind of pull against this as well. Like here, it's just unusually brighter. I'm going to come in with the grime and just streak it. And it just kind of gives, whoops, moved a gun. Just kind of gives a little bit of life across the panels. Makes them a little bit discolored, gives them a little bit of changing. It really just kind of makes that pop out. Yeah, I'm really liking that with the rust. So yeah, that streaking grime, it really kind of does pull in. It's kind of giving it a dirt look, which I am really kind of starting to dig. Look here, I'm looking for my Pentaline accent color. So this can be fun to work with too. And welcome everybody that's joined the stream. Go ahead and tell me where you're at tonight. Tell me where everybody is out in the world today.
Basically, I'm using the panel line to kind of sit in the panel lines, darken them up, giving them a little bit more pull through for the ship over the underlaying silver. But you can really kind of start to see the way it's pulling in the color. Oh, you're only, JD, you're at 29. I'm sitting here at, I think I'm sitting at 27, so I'm not too far from you because I'm here in Savannah. But yeah, this weather's been definitely unique. But yeah, this panel line stuff, I love working with this stuff. I use it a lot when I'm working on Federation starships. You guys can just see how it's sitting into the line, giving it some darkness, and pulling stuff into being darker. And the sponge just lets you clean up everything on top because of that varnish layer. So it comes in really, really handy. Kind of work through. Gotta be careful, a little careful around the red there. But the varnish, it just lets it roll right off. So the dark line stuff can settle in wherever it wants, and I can just wipe it away. I'm not wiping away the underlayer of the paint because I put the clear matte varnish on it, and it just lets me work here, darken these lines in comparison, and just pop the detail a little bit more. All right, let's get a little bit streaky grime up in here. Get a little bit up in the red there. Pull that streaky grime back in here. You can just see how it's changing the look of the model. Hey, Jeffrey Trainer. Sioux Falls. Ugh. Balmy. Yeah, I bet you are frozen, man. I bet up there it's cold as can be. I've been to Sioux Falls around this time of year. It was a couple years ago, and I've been to Sioux City, not Sioux Falls. But yeah, I bet right now you guys are icicles. Welcome to the stream, though. So we kind of just spend some more time grunging up our once beautiful looking Pegasus. And of course we gotta kind of grime in around the gun a little bit. Hop over and get this one too, kind of grime her up a little bit. I got to be very gentle with these because I don't want to break another one. I have more, but I don't want to break another one. All right. Back in with some more rust in here in the center section, kind of start pulling that in. So what do you guys think of our Pegasus so far, especially the new ones joining us? This has been a very long process from a white 10-piece print to this beautiful looking beast. little grime always helps everything, right? You know what? We may do the entire hammerhead tonight. We'll see how far we get here. Because I got to do this, griming the engine. You can't see where my hand is back here. The engine is going to be, oh. But you can already kind of see the different changes between the two sides, the discoloration of the dirty down rust just going in there. Dirty down rust is really awesome when you need a cool rust effect really quick. It works really quick, really fast. And like I said, with the matte varnish, I could come in with a little bit of mineral spirits and just wipe it away if I decide I don't like it. The panel line, get really pulling in the darkness of the lines now, kind of getting that addition in there. I will admit, I do love all the little flat cannons. I thought that was a great touch the other night to getting this one just kind of looking mucked up. So we'll go back to the dark panel line, and we'll start going down these panel lines. Maybe we'll do some of this front section kit bashing parts I added on here. Maybe we'll muck them up. And if you guys are in the Savannah area at all in February, there's a Savannah and Amazing Con. I will be there in person at a table. I'll have a booth. So that'll be fun. So if you're in the area or thinking about going, come see me. I'm in debate about going to the Atlanta Comic Con in February as well. I'm taking some of this kind of stuff that we've been printing and working on. So, because next week we may get to touch this wonderful StarCraft Space Marine. I don't know. We'll see. And the Enterprise E so far is still on the leaderboard to being our print to start at the beginning of the year. So we will definitely have to keep an eye out on that. And if that's the winner, that's the one we'll do first. So, which nothing wrong with that. I like the Enterprise E. The Enterprise E, while, you know, she kind of got poo-poo a little bit, you know, she's only been in the movies. Although, if you watched Star Trek Prodigy list last week, the Sovereign class appeared multiple times. So, if you guys haven't checked out Star Trek Prodigy, go watch it. This last episode was just wow. All the pullbacks and stuff have been just great. And I really kind of hate that the camera doesn't really show you the true effect that this dirty down grime rust, or at least from what I see, it doesn't really show the effect as much as I would have hoped. There might be me coming back and touching up too. I haven't decided yet how in love with this I am. There's a lid. But hopefully everybody's ready for Christmas and the family and time that it brings. And hopefully, if any of you are getting some cool toys, hopefully Santa brings you lots of hobby stuff. right. I'm kind of hoping you can see. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. Crap. That's an expensive fail right there. That's an expensive, real bad fail right there. Well, guys, there's the blooper for the end of the year. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Well, at least I didn't lose the whole bottle. Well, there's the first real stain on our mat. Oh, that's all right. These are meant for this. Yeah, I should have been more careful. It happens. Like I said, though, I didn't lose the whole bottle, which one of those things to be thankful for. All right. Oh, this is why you should put your lids on bottles. And actually, in all honesty, I should have had it in something similar to this, but it doesn't fit mine. So that wouldn't have worked either. Well, that's a bit disappointing. But as they say, stuff happens. So, oh well. We're not going to let it stop us. I'm kind of hoping here. But you can kind of see now how it's tarnished it up compared to the rest of the ship. It really kind of brings that accent. It's not shining, glittering metal. It's been, you know, weathered. And just so you guys know, this is the, I know it doesn't focus in really well. Here was the broken gun I was talking about. Yeah, actually, that's a video that's coming on the new channel, is talking about bottle holders. But, and I've replaced it. This new gun over here has taken its place. And actually, I'll show you guys on the bottom. Right there on the pod there, you'll see there's the two looking gun, and there's two holes in it. That's where the 4 other guns are going to go. And we're going to mount, after this gets mounted up on its stand, you guys will see we'll get to see the 4 additional big guns that are under her basically her belly weaponry. And yeah, I'm trying not to let that bug me that I did that, but that's going to eat at me. Because yeah, that shouldn't have happened, and it did. but that is what it is. Put you guys back here so you can see what I'm working on. All right, you can kind of see I'm kind of coming back in with just the rust, kind of coming across the corners of the panels to create that effect that the rust has been blown back. I'm just going to keep going through here. I'll come back in with the panel line. Then we'll sponge more of the grime on and really just kind of muck her up because she's been an abused ship of war. So, anybody getting anything really good for Christmas that they know about? I think I saw someone in here said they're getting a Anchor 5, which I've looked at the printer. I haven't gotten to try one because I'll be honest, my head's been more in resin land lately. Especially with the arrival of the 2 Mighty 8Ks that I got. I've just been having a blast with those printers. They've just done every job I've set those Mighty 8Ks to. They just sit there and go, hold my beer. Let me print this for you. They have just been fantastic. I love Frozen. Their stuff is just fantastic, especially if you can find it on Amazon. It's really, really good. But yeah, I'm kind of curious to hear what everybody else out there is getting for Christmas. But yeah, that AK, that was a rook mistake, unfortunately. But it happens, even to the best of us. And I am not calling myself a pro by far. I just enjoy doing the hobby. That really bothers me. Just goes to show I should make a blooper reel, right? Douglas, you're not getting anything for Christmas? Ouch, man. I apologize for that. Well, you are, though. You're getting time with family and stuff like that. So always kind of keep that in mind. I always kind of have to keep that in mind, that Christmas time. You know, it's really a time for family and giving. And it's hard because Christmas, especially as kids, we always kind of, it's kind of ingrained in us that, you know, Santa's going to bring me whatever I ask for, and then you get to be an adult. And it's not so true. Because Santa, we learned the truth about Santa, even though Santa's probably still running around out there. Probably still a real thing. But, you know. So the M3 Max, I have had nothing but problems with mine. Even switching to the frozen profiles and stuff, I'm really kind of disappointed in the performance I'm getting from it. But I'm thinking my M3 may not have a level bed, or not a level bed, a straight build plate. So I'm starting to wonder if the build plate is my problem. Because I'll get like half my prints on one side and I won't get the other side. So I got to check the level of the plate and see if I've got a curve in it maybe or something. Might still have to adjust my profile a little bit to make that truly work well. I'm trying to be patient and give it a chance. So it's hard to when you've got these frozen printers that just sit there and go, nummy, 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 give me resin. I'll make you whatever you want. Because I'm working on a Green Goblin print that I'm really excited to bring from Wicked. That I plan on doing here along with the starships. So it's going to be very interesting when I bring that one to the table here. I know you guys can't really see. I'm just doing a little bit of paneling accenting up here. And then I'm going to turn her around and we're going to work on her nose. All right, let's turn her around. Yeah, that Green Goblin one looks great. Battlestar, so even if you went to go find the model kit from Mobius, this Pegasus model kit's probably going to cost you $200 some odd if you can find it. I have one. It's still sitting in the box because I wanted to do this and then do that over on the modeling channel and then kind of show them side by side. But I'm really hoping this one will sell so I don't have to do that. I'm going to keep that bottle closed. Yeah, I'm really thrilled about the model because it's from Wicked, which if you guys go out there and take a look at their models, just wow on the stuff that they make. They make fantastic models. Their Patreon's only $10 a month. You get 2 to 4 models a month, and you get rights to it and everything. And they look just fantastic. Just kind of griming that area up in there a little bit. Kind of doing the same there. Gonna kind of let that set in. Kind of give that shadow in there. There we go. So you can see the difference from the ungrimed steel to the grimed. She is starting to look dirty, abused. She's been in space for too long. Now I just got to pull this look back through the rest of the ship. It's going to be really sick looking once this is done. And that's what I'm going to work on tomorrow. And probably Monday morning before I leave is coming through with more of the rust, making the ship look like she's been abused. And once that's done and I'm happy with it, it's going to be some spray primer or some more probably matte varnish. I'm going to finish the symbol here. and done. Then all we got to do is the base, which hopefully will print up just fine, and I can get it primed tomorrow night, and then get this guy on its base, get the base painted on Tuesday night stream is kind of my hope, and then kind of keep moving on through as we keep working on these models. So I'm going to leave a vote out here real quick to everybody that's watching. Who wants me to go through and go ahead and do the flight pod? I'm willing to keep on working down the stream here, but I know this kind of gets boring and repetitive watching me do the same thing over and over again. But you can definitely see how that grime is kind of setting in, giving the panels different colors, different looks, and just kind of pulling out accents in the model, and just kind of giving her that wear and tear of real use that I was after. So you guys want me to continue with the flight pod, or do you want me to possibly switch over and start putting some paint on this guy? Or we can just talk 3D printing. I don't care. So what do you guys out there watching say? And also, if you're watching this, make sure you go hit that thumbs up button. Give us a like. Help us out here. You'd have to do it one part at a time for the Anchor M5's build plate, but yeah, you could do it pretty quick. I run my CR10 Max a little on the slow side because I want precision, and it's such a big print. Usually they're huge prints on that one. I want slowness. I want precision. I want it to take its time as it moves around. My CR10s, like I'm printing the plastic part of this base, it's going to take like a day. And I mean, it's a pretty big size circle of the symbol of the Battlestar symbol. So it's all preference on how fast you want to go. How fast is good for your printer for the level of detail you're after. Like me, I'm after pretty high level details, so I'll slow it down to let it move and give me really good detail. Try to keep as few layer lines as I can in it. The way I printed this, the layer lines are to my advantage with the metal plating. So it's kind of all kind of things you got to take into effect. I know over the CR10 Max, the Anchor 5 is going to be fast, especially if you print piece by piece. It's going to go really quick for you, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces that you'll have to print. So that's where it kind of becomes a drag on time. So it's one of those things you kind of got to keep that in mind as you print with this. So, hey, give me 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas, man. JD, appreciate it. Guys, again, if you're watching, go hit that thumbs up button. So we can get this out here more. And also, again, I brought it up earlier in the stream. If you haven't, consider becoming a member. There's 4 different tiers with all kinds of add-ons and goodies and stuff like that. Just helps out the channel, helps us fund projects like this, and helps me pay for mistakes that if you go back in the stream and watch earlier, whoops. So what's the verdict, guys? You want me to go down the flight pod, or do you want me to start painting on the Space Marine? Kind of looking to you guys to point me in a direction here. I am fine either way, because guess what? I have to do this anyway. And the flight pod won't be too bad. In here won't be too terrible. The engine area is what's going to take forever to grime up. And then going through the underbelly. Now, granted, do I cheat? Yeah, I cheat off camera. I airbrush off camera. The boats are pods. All right. JD threw out an interesting idea. Do both. We'll tell you what. We'll go down one pod. We'll see where we are, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to pull her guns, because her guns are just magnetic. They pop right on, pop right off for easy transport. So I hopefully will not break them again. I do have to do the magnetics for the guns underneath the pod. I have the guns done. I just haven't done the magnets yet. So Lawada, I don't know where that's going, but let's start with the panels. Now inside the flight pod, I'm not going to grime up this time. But I'm going to work on the panels here. Let's get these panel lines popped out. What's cool is because of the varnish, I don't exactly have to be careful with the panel line. So, because I can just bring the sponge and just clean it all up really quickly. And just kind of really pull that accenting in. That was a Badger. It's a Solar 2020. Good little gun. Love working on it. But I'm waiting for the screen protector for my monitor in front of me here to arrive, the privacy screen. That way I can put it on my monitor, and if I'm airbrushing and stuff gets up on it, I just replace the privacy screen. I don't destroy a monitor. So it should be here next week. Just one of the things I'm waiting on to start doing more airbrushing. And that's what this is too, is it's the airbrushing station. So it'll suck all the stuff in while I airbrush. It's got the filter and everything to keep my air and me nice and healthy. So I've got a nice big compressor underneath. So, but the Badger is it's one of my favorite. I do use a lot of master airbrushes, especially outside for priming. I've got one that looks just like an air gun that works really well. I enjoy using it. So, but the Badger, that's my fine point airbrush. So, and like I said, once the screen protector arrives from my monitor here, we'll start doing hopefully more airbrushing here on the channel. Definitely the reason why I wanted it was for the airbrushing over on the modeling channel. So, because I'm still working on the first videos for over there to try to launch that here at the beginning of the year. So, because I just got the Lance here. I just got this today, the Chainbreaker Lance, to start painting on. So I love working on those Imperial Knights. So portable type C compressors. I'm not sure what those are. Now, are you talking about the compressors that are on the air gun for just that it's all in one unit and rechargeable? Because we have used those on the stream, and personally I only feel they're good for priming. That's it. I have not enjoyed their use. Where my big compressor here underneath me, the variable speeds and control is just, I just like using it more. I do have a master compressor out at my paint bench out in the garage. That has worked extremely well for me. Yeah, I have one that's rechargeable, but that's about all I've been sent to use, and I just was not impressed. It seemed underpowered. It just didn't give me the control that I like with my airbrushes, especially with a double trigger. It just was, I just felt like it was lacking was lacking for me. So I just haven't really seen back. I like my nice. Oh, what brand are you? My no-name compressor. I can put a link for the compressor too out in the video description. So that I'm running. I think mine's about like a $200 compressor. It's not horribly expensive. I just use my master one so much that it was just constantly running. This one has the extended tank. That's why I like my current one. It just has the bigger tank. It doesn't have to run as much. It provides me the ample PSI for what I'm working on. All right, grime time. Yeah, I'll try to remember to put a link out there tomorrow morning when I go back and usually do the tweaks to these. So you can already see the change that the grime's bringing in. The panel line accent is popping all the lines out, making the colors look really well. And just the grime on top of it. She's been in space. And just has not seen a dry dock or a space dock in way too long. Kind of push some of the grime into the flight bay a little bit there. Oh, appreciate you guys all joining tonight, and make sure if you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe button down below as well. So make sure you're on there. You got that notification bell on so you see when I'm posting all kinds of stuff. I do appreciate everybody joining tonight because hopefully I'm making your Christmas night and all that a little bit better tonight. All right. So does anybody have any cool plans for this coming week? Is anybody off? Like, I'm off all week and spending it with my daughter. If she gets to fly into Atlanta on Monday, I'm spending the week with her. Other than, Tuesday night stream, we'll be here. Don't worry about that. We got to finish this. So we have too much stuff to do on this for there not to be a Tuesday night stream. Now you see why I'm wearing gloves tonight. So appreciate the like, whoever hit it. Start gramming up onto the main body here. Now it's turning it kind of a greenish gold, which is all right by me. The ship's been weathered. It's taken damage. Hopefully might move over to the next flight pod here and work on that battle damage. Hopefully I've got enough streaky grime. This one. This is the 8th or 9th live stream. And live streams are usually about an hour long. So at least that much on air time is what it's had. 16 days to print. And just what I've been doing off screen is probably at least another 10, 18 hours worth of time that I put on this. So for a model that's honestly gonna leave, it's a little hard to feel okay that I'm gonna let it go out of here. But I mean, guys, when you build models, you work on it till you feel like you're done. Honestly, this patina, going through, putting on this rust, this extra detail, this is kind of the last step for me. The base, of course, is a whole separate piece, getting this on its base, and then letting it go to a home who may decide to repaint it, for all I know. But honestly, you're not going to find another one out there like mine because, a lot of people don't do the guns. They don't, print it almost 4 foot long. Yeah, I'm a little crazy on that one. Or actually, I should say 3 feet long. This one's just at 36 inches. But I put a lot of time into my stuff. I take my time. I make it look nice. I work hard on it. But model building, it can be as fast as you want to take it, or it can be as slow as you want to take it. It's up to you. Probably a couple years ago, I would have stopped. I wouldn't have done this. I probably would have just left it alone. So I probably have at least 80 hours sunk into this of just painting and cleaning and assembly and painting more things for it. So I've been putting in a lot of time, and it's a labor of love. But you can see just the level of work, especially if you go back to the first stream, which I think it was Thanksgiving weekend, I released a mega cut of the first half of this. And actually next week will be the second half mega cut is my plan. If I can get this finished, that this will be done. And hopefully just looking totally cool. So I kind of bring the camera back in here. It's just going to be kind of finished. I'm going to do the black paneling through here, guys, and I think I may call it a night at that. Then come back tomorrow and finish this one up. So I may do this section here and then just call it. for the night, because even I'm starting to get tired, because I didn't realize it was already almost 10 o'clock for me here in the East Coast. So, now this one has been fun. Now, like the smaller 14-inch one, Jeffrey, that one, I probably have 30 hours in it total. But this big one, I have a ton of time in it. Usually if I bring something like this to the channel, we're going to go full bore. We're going to make it look hot. And that's what I hope you guys feel like I've done here, is this thing looks, you know, worthy to be mounted in your own living room, which, like I said, I had no intention and from day one, I said, I have no intention of keeping this. So, yeah. And Jeffrey, like I said, I do have the smaller unpainted one sitting out in my shop. So, for sale. This is what I like to do. I like to teach the printing, and I like to me, the live streams are me I showed you how to print it. I showed you the finished product. Now let's make it awesome. Just like this Space Marine that's been resin printed. I want to take it to awesome, and make it a finished product. So, and this is my time to get to know you guys, JJ. I appreciate everybody for joins these. Because this is me trying to dedicate time to people that want to be in the 3D printing and modeling communities. Because it's really awesome to find a good community to do this stuff in that isn't snarky. Because I've joined some Facebook groups and I've left because people are jerks. When, people are asking questions and wanting to learn this. And I'll admit, even sometimes I get annoyed and stuff like that. But, there's no reason for, especially someone just getting started. That's the whole premise of this channel, was someone getting started. They could learn, but also I learn from you guys. Because people have suggested stuff in the comments that have just changed my world. So... and make this even easier for me sometimes, with the suggestions that they give. So, I appreciate everybody, all the subscriptions, all that stuff. I appreciate everybody that joins into the team here. And wants to help out and learn and help everybody. Those comment strings just make me smile. Trying to be very careful so I don't break any guns in here. But yeah, so definitely a change in her look. The patina, we'll have to get her name on here. But definitely a big life change to where we started this project, right? All right. I'm going to set this stuff off to the side because we're not going to have another blooper. I don't need to lose that much paint again because that material is unfortunately not very cheap. Which really saddened me. I did that. That was stupid. But, oh well. And, of course, the glove had to give up, so... Oh. Oh, that's why I like the 7mm over the 5mm gloves. And my hand's sweaty, so guess what's hard to get on now? Oh. I know this week was a weird week because I streamed on Wednesday instead of Tuesdays, but guys, mark it on your calendars. Every Tuesday night, 8:15 Eastern, is when I try to stream weekly. So tonight's kind of just a bonus night because it's Christmas, and I felt like chilling with my community for a little bit and just kind of making it look awesome. And chatting with you guys really does energize me. I really do like talking with you guys. But we've done a lot with her. I want to actually set this aside for a minute and just let the grime level is real. She went from shiny silver to yuck. The guns, everything's been grimed. The panel line stuff has all been put into it. So, oh man, Angus, that's, wow. That would make sleep scary. But you guys can see we went from, well, I haven't done it to the bottom yet, so we can kind of flip over. We went from that beauty to that grime. And we're going to clean up the grime. And then towards the end of the stream, we are going to go back and do some more work on this guy. This resin 3D print. I want to try to get the Zerg kind of painted out some more. I'm working on the creep base for it. So lots of stuff in progress. I need to do some final sanding on our next ship that will start next year. Probably as we wrap out the next stream with the final shots of this, we will start with the new ship, which right now, according to the poll, is looking like the Enterprise E. But it may have something knocking it out of the running because I am attempting a print of a Babylon 5 White Star. Or maybe they go in tandem to each other. I don't know yet. So we're working on... I don't know if the White Star print's going to come out. Now, usually the Mega 8Ks are pretty darn solid for me, but I just kind of got to wait and see if the print will come out. So fun going on, but we need to kind of degrime the ship a little bit. So the grime is an enamel. So it's not an acrylic, it's an enamel paint. It's an enamel effect over the acrylic. Now, what I did is I did a clear coat matte varnish underneath this, and then I grimed it. So I should be able to wipe away a lot of the grime with our handy odorless mineral spirits and just a cotton swab. So I'm gonna put some gloves on. Oops, I moved them. And we're gonna do that first, and then we're gonna talk about this base. So, because it's all about that base, man. And the base, it is a imperfect print. So I'm gonna say that outright. It is imperfect, but I kind of fell in love with it that way. Oh shoot, I'll show you. So the base is the actual Battlestar insignia. This has just got a primer and this base coat, rust, burnt metal, but it had a lot of anomalies in the ironing level that didn't come out well. And I was like, well, maybe I should just reprint it and fix it. And I said, then I thought about it, I was like, again, this ship's been in space, it's seen war, it's seen comment, the metal's going to be pitted and warped. So I decided to leave the base that way. And I took 2 dowel rods and I've got in here and I've got to drill the holes into the bottom of this. This is why we will probably see this ship one more stream after this as we take it to the finish line. And we'll get this up underneath and get this on there, get the 4 guns on the bottom, and we're calling this one done. And it will go out on the Shopify site for purchase. So, as in, it needs to leave my home. But let's start with the mineral spirits, because that is kind of the prime objective here. I don't think I have what I need to open it, unfortunately. There we go. All right, and what I'm going to do, and I'm going to switch the view. I'm going to bring you to the side view here. This is actually kind of a very rewarding part of the process. You just get some mineral spirits on your cotton swab, and you just start coming across the model. Whoops, I do not want to break a gun. And it kind of pulls, you see it here, it's pulling some of that grime back up out of the print. And it'll start revealing some of that metal again. And it's going to give a contrast to the plate and pick that back up out. So we can make that streak. Now, one of the things with the streak of this, the ship moves forward, so the streaking actually is left to right, where a lot of other models it is top to bottom. So that kind of gives a bit of a challenge to this. It's all just how you wipe the cotton swab across the model to create that streak. And now I'm only going to do some of this on here, but it really does change the feel of how the model looks. Actually, if I was smart, I would turn this around so you guys can see a better shot of it. And tonight, no spilled bottles. Not doing that. Doing everything in my power not to spill a bottle. So let's turn this around so you can kind of see a bit more of what I'm talking about. We'll go down the hammerhead tonight. I'll do the rest off camera. So, but be prepared to go through some cotton swabs. Some people use Q-tips for this too. Through some of these smaller plates, I'll probably get the Q-tips out and do that as well. But it's just getting your cotton swab with some mineral spirits on it and then wiping across the plates. And it will pick up some of that grime that was applied back up out of the model. And really kind of change the tone a little bit of how it applied. You can see how it's kind of starting to change the panels. The grime is coming off into the cotton swab. Not a lot, and that's what I don't want a lot to come off, but I want it to just change the coloration a little bit of the panel. I want the grime to definitely sit more in the creases and at the edge. And that's kind of what I'm doing, and it's giving a toned look to the plates. And you can see from the cotton swab, I mean, we were white, we're pulling grime off to really kind of give that effect.
And the nice thing is the varnish is there to protect the undercoat. Sometimes you get a little too much in there. You got to come in with a dry cotton swab and kind of peel it up and pick up the excess. But it just kind of gives a, you don't have to do it to every panel, just do it to some of the panels. And it gives a nice effect that I personally love when it comes to making this thing look beat up, weathered, different tones, different ways it's been hit and heated, is really kind of neat. And the varnish, that's the nice thing about the varnish. The base coat that's underneath all this is secure. Oh, excuse me, is secured and can't get pulled off the model. So that is always kind of a good perk of mineral spirits, is you're not going to pull that varnishing back off. So, and it's just taking some time, moving around, kind of rubbing in spots to pull back that grime layer off and get that underlaying done back into view. But it does just change the beauty of the model. And really kind of takes that smeared look back and pull it back into the front here. And really kind of lock in that undercolor. And you can see just kind of how it's changing the look. And it's going to take a while to go. You can do, so if you grimed it and you want to pull off a bunch of the grime, it's going to take you a while. I'm not after pulling off a ton of the grime. I want just certain areas that I want to pull it back off, like in the central parts of the plates, more than anywhere. Then I'll dry this, look it over, come back, put some more highlights back in probably to kind of finish the look. And then, like I said, I'm going to call her done. Let's get some of the Q-tips here and kind of start going through some of the smaller areas. Get into some more of the detail here. So how was everybody's holiday? The fair question of anybody that's on the stream tonight, because we just all kind of went through the Christmas season. Hopefully the hobby Santa Claus was good to you. Whoops. Where did the stray gun go? I don't want to break another one of them. I only have 4 painted ones left, so better not lose them. But but you can see how it kind of, and I don't know if the light's really letting you see it, but it does kind of give a two-tone to the plate itself, and lets it really kind of pull in not only the grime that's there, but just also that beautiful lead belcher underpinning that's there too, that we started with as the initial base color. It's just a matter of time, process. That's something I do run into with people, just get tired of doing this. And you only have to do it as much as you want. I mean, especially if this is a model that you're keeping for yourself, you go as far or as much as you want to go. There is no right or wrong answer here. It's just creating a level of detail that gives the ship a little bit more authenticity. Now, if you want a prim, beautiful, it's just been out of the shipyard look, then don't do this. Oh, glad you had a good Christmas, Angus. That's always an important thing. I'm getting the gift of time with my daughter. She is luckily letting me have time to come down here and do this stuff with you guys. It will be only an hour-long stream tonight because I want to go spend more time with her. But I want to get through kind of taking away some of the grime to kind of give that look, show you guys kind of the technique. And then I want to get some work done on Space Marine, because I think once I add in the Zerg and then start coming in with the grays and dark silvers and the gold on the pod, that model is just going to start to pop. Really excited about that model. That one's been I always like StarCraft Space Marines. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to go through every panel. You just kind of pick where you want. Maybe it's a new panel or a newer panel than other sections of the ship. It's just kind of your determination of where do I want to make this look really, really clean. And I know the sound has to be horrible. All the scraping and all that stuff that I'm doing here. But it just gives a tone to the ship that just makes it pop. And just gives it that extra little touch. Yeah, this is just a generic odorless mineral spirits and the enamel grime. Because it's an enamel on top of the varnish, it will release. Now, you can't do this and let it sit for like a month and then expect it to release. But most of this has only been here a day, and it's had enough time to set and then come in and start to kind of pull it off. But the Mineral Spirits does a really good job. You could try paint thinner, a different type of paint thinner, but the Mineral Spirits just works. It just works really well. To give it that little bit of pop. And like I said, I'm just kind of picking and choosing where to run the Q-tip over to kind of pull that color back. And kind of just change how it looks.
and just kind of give it a different feel. And it kind of pulls the newness back, but it also keeps that old beaten look to it. You know, the ship has been out there, it's gotten dirty, it's gotten grimed, and it just really kind of makes a really kind of just a wearing appearance to it. But also, if you grimed and you don't like it, you can pull a lot of it out with the mineral spirits if you act quickly. All right, pretty much gone down the side that I wanted to get. I'm going to flip it over, get the other side. We may actually have this part done tonight, which be a little bit ahead of my schedule, which is great. That means we can spend more time working on the base. So yeah, Christmas was good. Again, coming up on February 11th and 12th, I'll be at the Animazicon. So if you're in the Savannah, North Carolina, or any of that region, come on out and see us. That's going to be a fun experience. It'll be the first time I've taken the channel to anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. We're a little channel, we're not big, but we've got all kinds of stuff going on. And if you're watching the playback or you're watching live, consider joining our membership. That's out there to help fund filaments, resins, all that kind of stuff to keep the channel going. Shaka, it was our first member, so I want to definitely say thank you to him. I got a few emails I need to reply to from him, but it is greatly appreciated if you join the membership and help us out to help fund these awesome projects that are coming along. Just wow. I can't believe how... When I first took this Pegasus on, I was like, I'm never going to finish it. And here we are almost to the finish line with it. I'm really kind of ecstatic to have it done and possibly see this one go to someone who will love to have it. And also, if you haven't and you're new here, subscribe. Get more cool content like this, as we got some Star Trek ships coming up at the beginning of the year. Possibly a Babylon 5 White Star, which will be a weird paint job, because their green and purples are very weird for that ship. So that one's going to definitely be a challenge. I've got a screen protector coming for the screens in front of me here. Then we can open up this box and get the airbrush out and really kind of speed up some process as we sit here and work on models. But you guys can just kind of see how, I don't even know if the camera is really showing it that well, how well the grime is kind of peeling away to start revealing some more of that undercoated silver that we had in here prior. And kind of start really kind of giving that stream look back, that streak look to it.
All in all, though, I think as far as a challenge of doing this model, it was definitely a challenge. So I'm used to doing like Federation starships and stuff like that are, clean and proper lined and drive you nuts because if you get out of the line, you're struggling to fix it and stuff like that. This one's kind of been meant to be grimed out and messed with and messed up and different. All right, we'll do some more work to the shuttle pod. I think as far as degriming goes, I think I'm about to call this. I'm actually pretty in love with how it looks. All right. I'm going to do some more down here on the flight pod. I'm going to call the degriming at that point good. I don't want to make her too clean. Some more Q-tips. And I know, like I said, I don't think the camera picks up the different color variation of what I'm doing here very well, but it does, like I said, it does really change the aspect of the panels, especially since I'm trying to stay away from all the interior lines and stay in the core of the panel. So the grime stays to the outside and you've got a cleaner inner panel or dirtier inner panel. Hey Don, how's it going? We're nearing the finish line with it, man. We're getting there. Really kind of getting that last little bit of detail into her. Happy New Year, man. Yep, this is the last stream of the year, boys. Because I will be leaving town on Friday.
Maybe can sneak one in tomorrow night. We will see. We will see. But right now, this is the last one for this year because I will be, like I said, I'm heading out of town Friday morning and won't be back till the new year. Like I said, the critical step to this even being successful is after I did all the base painting, I came in with the varnish. Gave it that varnish coat to seal all of that in. That way this grime would come off with the mineral spirits and not damage any of the underlayers. Because that's the last thing we want, is to damage something we worked really hard to already paint. That would really suck. So but like with Federation starships and that, I don't really mess with this grime. Very, very little would I mess with it. The only time I would even touch really griming is Klingons. That is the only time I would grime or degrime a ship, is a Klingon warship, especially the birds of prey. Otherwise, I just left them as they were. This ship is definitely put my skills to tax my skill set. Printing it, that's easy. Painting it, that wasn't so easy. But you guys can see, well, some of the magnets are not back in their position. You can see kind of how that has changed the way the grime layer looked. It's giving it the shine underneath its back. Of course, that battle damage is still there. The rust streaks are in there. It just really kind of changes the whole way this ship looks. Get my gun back on there. It's not flat grime. It's got silvers. It's got the colors all in it. You've got rust in certain areas all over the hull. I mean, it just changes the look. Now, one thing I will be doing tomorrow is griming the bottom, because I just haven't had time to do that, and I got to drill the holes for the new stand that this ship will inhabit. So as far as degriming, I think that's as far as I'm going to go. I need to do some work here. I will do that off camera and get the Battlestar emblem there, and then I need to figure out the name. But that'll be something we do next week, as one of the last pieces that we do is we name it before we take this out and it gets put on my Shopify site. So I am going to set this aside. And bring on this mess. So this is the base that I'm working on. And I've still got to do some fix-it work here at the posts. It is a failed print because it didn't fill properly, that this stuff didn't sit. And you can see the bumps in the material and stuff. That was all caused by heat issues during the print. But I didn't want to throw this away. I looked at it, I was like, this ship's out in space. It's beaten up, damaged. Why should the stand look pristine, right? So this is something that I am working on. I've got to strengthen this side. This side is iron tight. Drill the holes so the ship can sit down on it. And then I have this nice space here that I could actually put the ship's name or whatever ID number. But I want to paint this. I want to bring this into it. I want to go red, and then I want to pull yellows and golds in the center here. So we've got to paint this piece. I'll switch over to this. You guys can really kind of see the damage there where it's, didn't fill in properly here. And it just didn't come out very well. But I didn't want to throw it away. I want to keep using it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find my wet palette. And I'm going to do a brushed on underlayer of the reds. And for that, we did this in the AK Wine Red, is the red of the Battlestar, and that's what we're gonna do for this red outline. Red outline. So I'm gonna get a good amount of that on the palette. I'm gonna get a decent sized brush, and we're gonna start brushing this in place over this gray.
Now, if I masked it off and airbrushed it, yes, it would go a lot faster. But I purposely want the brush strokes. I want the strokes in there. I want it to look not perfect. I want it to have a distressed appeal to it. Yes, the base is an FDM print as well. So the only thing that was resin on the ship was the guns. Everything else is FDM. I'm actually going to release a video Friday talking about fillers and how to get good ways to get good chemicals and other additives you can use to get rid of layer lines. That's coming out on Friday. Like the Bondo Glaze is a good way to get rid of layer lines. Vallejo filler putty, the Tamiya putties all work really well, especially if you do it in a pre-sanding. And I'm also going to talk about, when you put these glazes and fillers on, you may want to consider, before you put them on, a varnish. That way you could do a decent wet sanding once they're on to really kind of help the smoothing process. Now, FDM has a ton of rinse and repeat when you're doing the paint like that. It can be tedious where a lot of resin, it's not as much sanding. You can get away with the Mr. Polisher tool a lot more and different things like that. But this, normally I would have just discarded this piece, but it sung to me. The light is not helping because it's a glossy undertone paint. It sung to me that, I've got this distressed warship. It's not a pristine beauty like what I would be like if I did the Mobius kit. It's not that kind of a build. I'll switch here. It's a little bit better lighting. You can see that red starting to take the accent and get in there. And get really pulled in here. Now I'm going to go through the center symbol, and then we'll kind of play with some of the yellows. I may actually come in with a brown first. That way I can lay the yellow on top and possibly get some more better effect. But honestly, like here, I don't even really care about the brush strokes that much. I don't care if they show through because to me, it pulls a good distressing look, which is what this base is going to need. But I am excited to put this one out here, get it out for sale. Make somebody a happy owner of a Battlestar Galactica themed ship. And then I'll take a couple coats to really kind of bring that red out. What's cool about that? I appreciate it, Don. I am still very much a novice against some of the people that I talk with and work with. Highlander424 out on Instagram. Go check out his miniature stuff, man. He is amazing. What he can do with a face of a 28 millimeter miniature is crazy. He's a really good friend of mine. He helps me out with with some of the projects, with giving me tips and ways of doing it too, especially when I get stumped. He's been teaching me for over the last year how to improve my painting. And the number one thing I can tell you about improving your painting is take your time. Time. And your painting is done when you're happy with it. Don't let others criticize it. When you're happy with it, you're done with it. Always keep that in mind, because I was one of those people, it's just never good enough. I need to do this. I need to do this. If you're happy with the way it looks, you're done. That's simple. Because that mindset used to lead me to a bunch of unfinished projects. But and Don, I'll reply to your email here shortly too. I've kind of taken the week off from the email, unfortunately, but I do have a solution for your Beagle Cam. And it's not something you do with the Beagle Cam. It's actually your router. You have to allow it to be seen from outside. But I can give you some pointers on how to get that done with your Beagle Cam. Because honestly, models is the reason why I got into this. Like Micro Machines. They don't make them no more. But I loved my Star Trek Micro Machines. Well, now I just print them. And I paint them myself. So it's nice because I can make battle damage. I can make whatever version of the ship I wanted. Now, granted, do I still have the Micro Machines? I have all 4 collector sets sitting up there still in the box. Don't ask me how I've managed to do that. I still don't know how I have managed to not get them out and play with them. But they're sitting up here on the shelves in their box. I'm looking kind of excited too because we're going to Atlanta this weekend. So I'm hoping to get to go to Hobbytown, USA and get some more toys. Because if you guys saw the YouTube short, I showed my wall of shame of model kits I have just got to get to work on. The one I'm currently working on is the USS Alabama, and it is taking me way longer than I thought for its diorama base and its actual build. It's taking quite some time to build it. But we're moving right along with it. All right. I actually want to try. Do I want to try the new contrast paint? I just don't think it's going to sit down the way I need it to. Choices, 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 gentlemen, on how I want to do this. I think what I'm actually going to do is go with a very light brown on these yellow sections. I'm going to go with the AK light brown. As a base coat to bring the actual yellow over it. That way the yellow doesn't have to work so hard to actually shine through and get in there. So one thing I do want to say while I work on this is everybody that has subscribed, joined, watched the channel this year, it is greatly appreciated. It still warms my heart to see that we went over 6,000 subscribers this year. The next year, this coming year's goal, I'd love to see 10,000. So we're going to kind of start trying to hope to build to get to that 10,000 level this next year. Because my hope is between the membership, if you haven't considered joining the membership, go take a look. You get all kinds of cool features and stuff and things from me, including discounts in my store. So as far as StarCraft, we're just working on this guy. We're working on a Space Marine right now. I've got a Sarah Kerrigan figurine as well I need to start painting on. So we'll hopefully work on that at the beginning of the year too. But yeah, I was just kind of starting to have some fun with StarCraft. I don't know why I got back into playing the original StarCraft here. I've been watching a lot of the StarCraft 2 esports stuff going, how can people do this? Because I can't play that fast and that much. So it's just kind of, StarCraft's piqued my interest here lately. And that's why we've got some of the StarCraft stuff going on. I think it was only in the last stream I started working on it. And I'd only done the blue work on him. So we haven't gotten very far. And even right now, I'm not too worried about my brush strokes because this is just kind of an underlayer to kind of give the yellow a chance over the gray. And I'll have to let this dry to work it. But like I said, guys, I know this is a flawed print, and I'm purposely working with it flawed. I'm purposely wanting the flaws in it because I'm going to turn that into grime and battle damage on here too.
is kind of the hope. But this base was just kind of a last minute spur of, you know, I probably can do something better than just a wooden block and a base. But Wanfast, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, StarCraft 2 is good. I still like StarCraft 1. I wish they had gone more into the human UED story. I wish they had been more than just getting wiped out. But you know, they can only write so much stuff. But I've been getting back into that. I've been playing some Warhammer 40k Dawn of War because Soulstorm and all that have the Crucible mod, which kind of has some fun stuff to it. Adds more factions and different things like that to play. So kind of been playing with that some too. All right, quick nitty gritty color scheme onto that. What I'll do probably before next stream is I'll come in with the airbrush with some blacks and some charcoals and some smokes and really pull that in there. Oh yes, the super size resin printer. I love my super size resin printer because that super size resin printer has given us the next model that we're doing. And I know you haven't been around much Wanfast, so I'll grab it real quick. And actually, the poll is still technically open till the 1st, but that 16-inch Enterprise E is currently the winner, leading right now. But we also have the refit Constitution class 16-inch. These are all printed in one piece. These were printed together at the same time. These together were a 75-hour-long print. Let me tell you, I was chomping at the bit. That printer did both of these at the same time. And you guys can just see the detail, especially in the refit. I mean, just has gorgeous detail to it. It's going to be an excellent one. Even the Enterprise E Sovereign class here got a lot of excellent detail. They need some sanding. But right now, the Sovereign class Enterprise E is on the winner's list of the next big model we're going to do next, which is actually really cool with me. Because I have the Enterprise E model kit as well. The recent one from Polar Lights that I want to, it used, both of them together used 1.65 kilogram of resin. So not even 2 bottles was used on both of them. And a lot of that, about 20% of that was all supports that unfortunately got discarded. I don't really discard the supports. I put them aside because they can be awesome for building terrain scenes and stuff like that. So I do hold on to a lot of the resin support. I'll wash and cure and kind of make a bale of it, and kind of hold on to it. So the vat holds 2 kilograms. So it'll hold 2 bottles. And I am one of those fly-by-wire, I'll hit pause and I'll pour more in if I need to. If you go out and check the Instagram for the Doom guy, he took 3.5 bottles of resin to print him. He was $120 print just in resin. He was $120. I don't want to do that one again unless someone's paying me right off the bat a deposit for that much. Upcycling and kit bashing, because Wanfast, we've done a lot of kit bashing lately. So I'm going to set this to the side to let this dry and start its initial kind of let that go before I start really kind of bringing in the brighter yellows, maybe even some highlight red into it. So I want to keep those bottles out. Once I have the screen protector, next year we'll see a lot more airbrushing. This guy will get unfolded. We'll have the airbrush station, but I want to make sure my monitor that's right here is protected, and I've got a privacy screen coming to do that. But want to fast, this has been the true work lately. We've got it grimed, degrimed, weathered. Yeah, I'd say we're almost done with this. I got to do the bottom of her. But next week, the first stream of the year will be the last stream for that ship. There we go. Let's go with the side view. Let's just rock that out. So if you're out in the chat, what you guys doing for the new year? What are you guys doing that's out and about partying? Has anybody fallen asleep yet? Because that's part of the reason I'm on the stream tonight is I can't fall asleep. I got to work. So it's kind of one of those things, rocking it out here, working a little bit on some of these projects to wrap out the year, because the year is closing quickly. For some of you, it's already closed. A lot of you may be watching this in the replay. So if so, happy 2023. Hopefully we've all got good plans for it. I know I've got ideas that I want to do this next year, and I'm hoping will come to fruition. So, and with those ideas comes just the requirement of growth, in all honesty. All right. Get that beautiful color popping out. Get rid of those ugly underlayer lines here. Get some nice color pop. Don't really feel like I need to go back over the red. I think that settled in quite nicely. Just need to give this gold to pop a little bit more. I don't even care if the brush streaks are in it, because I want a kind of a worn look to it. So basically, once this dries, I'm going to come in with some Tamiya smoke, do some carbon scoring on it to, make this thing look like it looks like it's been through the same tarnish our beautiful ship has been through. And then, yeah, we will have this one looking pretty nice. And then we're going to bring the Galactica over here, and we're going to paint that final piece that I've just been putting off. We're just going to kind of freehand it and make that top symbol. But you guys can see, just kind of adding that color in just kind of helps out. It really makes the tan in this pop out. This is just AK light brown that I'm using. It goes on really, really smooth. The first coat on top of that dark color is always one that's going to be hard to get a good color pop, especially since I was going over a spray enamel. And now coming back with a water acrylic, sometimes they don't like to cling to each other, and that's what we're kind of sorting out here. That second coat's going to get that final layer of cling and really kind of pull this to fruition. Then we'll do some sponge work with the Tamiya smoke. Not only on this base, but on the model ship, the ship itself, because I didn't really do any carbon scoring. I realized afterward. I did the rust and griming, but there's no real carbon scoring on the ship. You may hear or see Eva come up behind me here. the fireworks going off throughout the neighborhoods are not her thing, and she just needs some human time, right, pup? A little bit more paint to kind of finish that off. Get that nice color in there. I wasn't sure if I would like this light brown for the Battlestar symbol, but it came out really well. I thought it did really, really well. This last little bit with this coat. Kind of pull our brush strokes out here a little bit. And there we go. Nice, done. We'll come back with the Tamiya Smoke, where the model actually, these were actually flaws in the print job, which happens from time to time, especially. It failed for me because, one, there's not enough infill underneath to support the upper layer, but also ironing was on, and it caused this dimpling effect. So just kind of one of those things that happens out there when you do these print jobs. Sometimes they mess up. Rinse out my brush here. All right. So we got that going. Oh. We'll set that off to the side, and let's get the main star herself. And right now, guys, I do plan on this being the last time this ship appears. So this is the end of her road with us on the streamlines. And for what we're about to do, I'm using AK's Wine Red. Really nice, good paint. I'm just going to come in. I'm going to use a Magic Fly brush for this one. Actually, no, I'm not. I may still use a Magic Fly, just not that one. Actually, I think I'm going to use this artist brush instead. Well, I may use it. We'll see. If it doesn't want to come out of the wrapper, I don't know what to do about it. Hopefully everybody's having a good time with their families. Hopefully, going into the new year, everybody's safe and sound. There we go. There we go. Moisture. Fix the tip. Get it nice and to a point. And now we're going to deal with this. The piece I've been putting off. Now, part of what I'm going to do here too is this is going to be damaged. So I'm not too well, I'm terrified right now, but I'm not overly horrified if I get it really bad, because I'm going to come in and do some of the smoke damage and that kind of stuff to it too. So I'm not overly horrifically worried about it. All right, almost done with this piece. Want just a little bit of fine lineage. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. Put our guns back on. Now we're cooking with gas. We're cooking with fire, guys. We're cooking with fire. All right. So now we've got a emblem across the top. Got our guns. We've grimed. Now what are we gonna do? Smoke damage. Smoke damage. And for that, I am going to use not rubber black. Where are you, my friend? I'm going to use Tamiya X19 Smoke. I'm going to get this good and shook up. That's just my automatic shaker. It is a helpful tool. I am going to grab a sponge. One of the handy dandy makeup sponges I got around. Always handy to work with. Yeah. We'll open up the smoke. And what I love about the smoke, you can just see it in there. That is a beautiful color. And then coupled with just the sponge, it just will allow you to give a little bit of a smoke line. So it's just one more color coming in on top. Now, sometimes too, I'll flat brush this in just to kind of give an appeal to it. And it just is a great way to kind of create a little bit of color differential on a seam, on a spot that's just going to be kind of a bit more worn, coupled in with the grime, even in with the guns. It can just give a toning down, which is a great thing and an awesome thing to do on one of these. It's just to kind of tone it down a little bit. It doesn't take much on the brush, just a little bit. Just kind of help create that new color effect. It's just kind of a fun addition to the model. Now that kind of we've gotten that in there, I'm going to do a little bit of dry brushing. I'm probably going to use Tamiya Rubber Black for that. XF85. Now the cool thing too, guys, this coming year in 2023, I finally have my screen protector on this monitor right here, which means that airbrush box is going to get opened up, which means we're going to have some faster work instead of Mike sitting here hand brushing stuff all the time. So goodbye to that. So we're going to have some good stuff coming in. I'm just pulling in some of that rubber black, especially here on the emblem. Kind of start with that carbon scoring I talked about. Really kind of just start working, especially on some of these panel lines, a little bit of scoring into them. So what's great is just lay it down, then take your sponge, and you can just pull it off. And the pull, similar to dry brushing, but this is a little bit of more of a feather technique, and I'll show it right here. So I'm just going to pull that right at that seam line. Now I'm going to take my sponge and I'm going to pull it back. And you can see it created that feathering look. I'm just going to put it at certain spots over the ship. I'm going to pull it into the guns a little bit, kind of darken them a little, you know, carbon scoring and all that fun stuff. I said tonight's just the last little touches. The last 4 guns on the bottom I will put on off camera. We'll get one more probably YouTube short with this. And then, like I said, this is going up on the Shopify site probably by next weekend. And will be available to be bought. At that point, it just kind of depends on what the new owner decides to do with her. So if any of you guys are interested watching the stream, please email me at mike@rise3dprinting.com. If you're interested in purchasing it, just let me know. I'd love to see this chip go to a really, really good home. This is definitely a model that we have spent quite a bit of time working on. And it's come kind of dear to my heart a little bit. You guys can hear the fireworks going off. Not much I can do about that tonight, but hey, you know, celebrate the new year. Start it off with a celebration. Start it off good. I hope everybody's new year starts off that way, because y'all deserve it. You really do. Everybody deserves to start a new year off fresh and try to make their way better than the year before. Always try to make yourself about 1% better than what you were, and you've already achieved a great deal. Like the next model that we build, I'm going to try to do 1% better, at least 1% better than I did it in the last paint job. Now, kind of put some scoring across the hull, giving it a little bit more depth. But I want to do some more, especially in here, to this heat damage. And that was suffered. Really start showing this damage that happened. This scoring. All right, so one thing I am thankful for 2020 from 2022, the growth, the ability to live stream, you guys joining in. I am very thankful for everybody who comes and joins us and watches. Because honestly, this channel is you guys. You guys make this channel what it is. And I appreciate everybody that comes and watches, donates, all of our members, Shaka. Definitely appreciate you joining that membership and being the first one this year, as we just launched that. Not even a month ago it launched. And just you guys being there as we grow. You guys that do join the streams every week, I appreciate you guys so much. You make the stream so easy, and make this really a lot easier to do than what it would be if just sitting here talking to nobody. So I am very thankful for everybody. Kind of setting an ambitious goal to take the channel to 10,000 subs this year. And I will tell you, if we hit 10,000, I will do a raffle. I will put something out there for that. Wow, they're getting really loud. The fireworks out there, aren't they? But as I said again, I just appreciate everybody that comes and hangs out, hits that sub button, hit the join button. Anybody that joins, you guys are the real winners, because you guys are helping build the future of this channel. When I set out doing this 2 years ago, all I wanted to do was teach 3D printing. Now we teach, we do product videos, we can do cool projects like this. I didn't think we'd be able to get into something like this, but we have. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And we just keep moving forward. Helps if I turn the gun the right way, doesn't it? There we go. Now she's back on there. So again, this channel is all because of you guys. You guys make it what it is. And I appreciate every one of you that joins in and watches. So especially as I tackled my first real big on video project. And we got more to come with the Enterprises. I'm getting ready to need painting and stuff like that. We've got that wonderful Space Marine down there over there needs to get worked on, but I doubt we'll get to him tonight. Yeah, I mean, we are just kind of hitting on all kinds of new fields here and all kinds of new roads. So, but all in all, I want to make sure everybody that, even just checks out the video, sees what we're building, what we're doing, and cool stuff. Or if you guys have input, I really would like to hear it, because we're building all kinds of new stuff. The FDM printers are running right now on new projects. The resin printers are getting ready to start new projects as we close out. Probably when I start out at a project on here, I started out big. I mean, I will say that for sure. And just getting the carbon scoring, getting the symbol painted in on top here, and that, guys, I think we are pretty much at the end for this ship. I mean, we could probably spend years on this beautiful ship, on this beautiful on this print. But it's one of those things, and it's something that I preach: is you're done when you're done when you say you're done with it. And I think for me, this one is done. It is its own unique Battlestar. I mean, it is completely unique design. I mean, the basic design is there, but the guns, the additions, the kit bashing, that's all me. That's all uniqueness that have been added to the model as we wrap this one out and finish this. And I'll be honest, that emblem is not the Battlestar symbol. It is an attempt at a phoenix. And yeah, my wife has diligently figured out how to use our Cricut, which is, none of this would be available without her for building this stuff. But for this ship, like I said, I think we are at that finish line. We are done. The carbon scoring's been added. The emblem is now painted. The base has had its second coat and has really added that beautiful color. I got to go through, do the carbon scoring on that. I want to get a round wooden piece to put underneath just for some more reinforcement of this plastic piece. And I think all in all, once I add the 4 guns underneath, whoa, come here. Do not go falling off, Battlestar. That would be bad for everybody right now. Come on, Post, go in your home. There we go. There it goes. I'll switch back over to the side view here. You guys can see we're nicely on the base. The flight pods, everything's kind of working out great, leveling up. Let's see if I can re-aim the camera here a little bit. There we go. Get kind of a better view of it. Just the additions. You guys can see the buffers that we kit bashed into it. And just the additional pieces. Hey, Jeffrey, Happy New Year. The additional guns that we have resin 3D printed, the buffers from the Missouri, the 5-inch guns that we've had from the Missouri that we added underneath, all the flacking buffers. But yeah, guys, I think especially with the addition that we just did of the actual kind of Phoenix symbol on the top here, and kind of this taking the smoke and the black carbon scoring through, I think we can officially, other than putting a name on it, which I need to go back to the poll, and we'll get a name on it. We'll get a YouTube short with the name, but all in all, she's done. I'm calling this one a finished bird. Definitely a big one. This one measures out at 35 inches long, total build. Of course, I made the unique base with the Battlestar symbols, main symbol. Granted, the symbol on top of the ship is a red and yellow phoenix because, well, Rise 3D printing. It used to be Rise of the Phoenix printing, but we rebranded because it was just too big. But you guys can just tell the look of what's gone into this. I backtracked looking, and we started messing with this back in October. It was either late September or early October. We started messing with this ship. And it's had a long story as we've built it. It's been alone, no dry docks, no retrofits. Could have been part of the Ghost fleet. We don't know. I don't even know if a Mercury class existed back in that time. But we are at that time that this will be the last time it hits the stream. But we have definitely spent at least 3 months worth of off and on streams with this one, and I am very proud to say that we're done. I'm excited to be done with it. Like I said, there is still some work I want to do. Finish up the metal melt on the base, put a wood piece under the base to reinforce it, and then, like I said, this is going out onto the Shopify shop for anybody that wants to purchase it. If you do want to purchase it before then, shoot me an email at mike@rise3dprinting.com, and we can definitely talk. But this beauty is, as far as I'm going to work on it, it's done. It's time to get ready to move to the new projects that we've discussed between the Star Trek starships. I think I have a successful print of a Babylon 5 White Star waiting for me upstairs right now. So I'm excited to get that because it's got all kinds of weird colors in it. We're going to start bringing the airbrush more to the table next year. We got a Space Marine back there we got to finish. There's not a ton left to do to him. Finish out rounding out the armor, some purples and stuff to the Zerg, and then the facial paint job, which is always the hardest part for me. I am very good at painting mechanical. Painting organic is the real trial, but this channel is also about growth for me. So definitely one of those things to grow and keep pursuing is try new things. So again, you guys, you keep me coming here. You keep me coming to the stream to show off and teach and learn from you guys as well. So again, Happy New Year. Thank you guys. The Pegasus class, our Mercury class Battlestar is wrapped up. Stick around. Probably throughout the week, you'll get a stream or you'll get a YouTube short that hits the channel with a name on it. But all in all, guys, this one is done and in the books. So a 3-month build, and I'll be honest with you, I'm extremely happy with it. And hopefully whatever home it goes to, I hope they are happy with it too. But there is definitely a lot has gone into this build. So guys, I hate to do it, but I have to go to my day job work here in 12 minutes because it's one of those weird weekend work times. So I just wanted to hop on, spend some time in a stream with you guys, show you guys I appreciate you, give you that stream if you wanted to hop in and join. I appreciate everybody that did join tonight. Make sure you hit that like button. Also, at the same time, if you want to consider 2023 helping the channel grow and helping us out here at Rise 3D, hit that join button and pick one of the membership levels and get some additional perks when you do. So thank you guys. We will see you. Well, for me, the new year doesn't start for 2 hours right now. So I will see you guys on the next stream on Tuesday in 2023. Thank you guys and see you next year and Happy New Year.